continuing resolution to avoid a government shutdown in September, and we defeated the SAVE Act, which would have suppressed voting. I fought very hard against this provision, which essentially involves purging voter rolls and requiring certain kinds of identification, which 1 out of every 10 Americans simply don't have. And we defeated that measure on the floor of the Senate at about 5:15 a.m. So we were there all night, and absolutely right, the Senate did confirm by one vote, only one vote, the nomination of Todd Blanche to be Attorney General. Of course, he has served as acting Attorney General since the resignation of Pam Bondi. So it was in some sense symbolic. He could have continued to serve as acting Attorney General as the president demanded and threatened to do. But I was deeply disappointed in the outcome because I think Todd Blanche is essentially unfit to serve as Attorney General. He's the president's lawyer. He's his personal consigliere. He's not the people's lawyer acting on behalf of the United States of America, as the Attorney General should do. And he's going to enable a lot of corruption by Trump and his family.
You know, it's interesting because the analogy of the personal consigliere, the last time I heard that was in the days when the president's own brother, Robert F. Kennedy Jr., was the Attorney General. And there may have been allegations of corruption then. Frankly, I was just born in 1960. But what I do remember is that Robert F. Kennedy Jr. was considered a fierce prosecutor on behalf of the people, generally speaking, even though afterwards, as you recall, the law changed and you couldn't appoint your brother anymore. So it's been a long time since someone has been described as being that close to the president. Why do you think he's really unfit, Senator Blumenthal, to serve as Attorney General for the United States? What about Todd Blanche in particular?
You know, during the confirmation hearings at one point, he said about Donald Trump, quote, "I'm his lawyer," end quote, which he then tried to walk back. But that slip told us all a lot about his mindset. He has been Donald Trump's lawyer in the criminal trials and civil actions. He has been Donald Trump's lawyer as a member of the Department of Justice. And he has supported and, in fact, initiated some of the political vindictive prosecutions against public officials like Letitia James in New York and some of my colleagues. He's begun investigations about them. And essentially, he is going to do whatever Donald Trump tells him to do in pursuing these unfounded investigations. At the same time, he's going to enable the cryptocurrency scams that are enabling Donald Trump to make literally last year $1.4 billion. I'm going to repeat
staggering.
That, $1.4 billion.
Senator Blumenthal, you know, it's just staggering. We don't even, I mean, these numbers, no one knows what to make of it. What about this exemption about audits? Who ever heard of the IRS having a hands-off against an entire family? Is that going to be allowed? Was that a condition? Was that spoken of in the confirmation process?
And that was the next point I was going to make, Lisa, and you're absolutely right. He engineered and drafted these documents that gave Donald Trump immunity, complete immunity for investigations in past IRS filings. That's worth hundreds of millions of dollars to Donald Trump. And he also established this $1.8 billion anti-weaponization fund to reward the January 6th rioters. I call it a slush fund or a thug fund for lawbreakers who attacked the insurrectionists who injured Capitol Police. They're going to be rewarded with millions of dollars. And then, at the insistence of two of my colleagues, Republicans, Cornyn and Tillis, as a price for their votes, supposedly he was going to reverse those two acts. Well, he didn't reverse them. because all he did was sign a document saying that the slush fund no longer existed, but he doesn't have authority. It's Donald Trump who brought the action. Donald Trump, and only Donald Trump, can reverse the contract. So that document is totally meaningless. It's a sham, as I called it, a fraud on the U.S. Senate. And then on tax immunity, it still exists. He narrowed it. Guess how he narrowed it? Only Trump, only his sons, only his organization.
Oh, I can't.
So that immunity, which nobody else has, you don't have it.
In the entire
I don't have
world.
it.
Who would ever have such immunity? It's so ridiculous. Can't the Supreme Court say that contract is void ab initio because it's against public policy? It could if it wanted to.
The question is, who would have standing to challenge it?
Oh.
Everyday citizens can't challenge it. I can't challenge it, even as a member of the Senate.
Oh.
Really, only the government itself can challenge it. And there you go. It's
my goodness.
Todd Blanche. He's the government. So he's enabling a lot of this corruption, like allowing Trump to take foreign money from UAE for his cryptocurrency venture, World Liberty Financial, where his sons are running this operation that is making billions of dollars for the family. Donald Trump made more than $2 billion in 2025, while Americans are struggling to put food on the table, buy gasoline, groceries, all kinds of necessities. The economy is looking pretty weak, and he's making billions of dollars, literally in income every year.
The greed knows no limit. The greed knows no limit.
To do it.
Senator Blumenthal, the greed knows no bounds. It's just.
It is greed.
It is
and
so staggering.
The irony is, Todd Blanche is in a position of trust where he has responsibility for enforcing the law impartially and objectively. That's not what he's going to do. That's why I opposed his nomination.
I just want to know, before we go to the flock cameras, and I'm promising I want to get to that with you. It's so important to me, and I think others. But I want to know from you, Senator Blumenthal, these are your colleagues. Some of these people are your friends. We don't really know your personal relationships with people. Bill Cassidy and John Cornyn, they owe nothing to President Trump. In fact, you would think that they could have personal enmity because he basically, organized a primary that took them out of office. And yet, with respect to this very important vote, one of the last votes they'll have of real significance, they decided to join President Trump with this. Why? Why, Senator Blumenthal? What am I missing here? What are the American people not seeing? Is there some promise on exit of some plush position in the administration? These men are at the end of their lives politically. I don't understand it. Why?
Well, Lisa, if I were to know the answer to that question, I would be a lot smarter than I feel sometimes I am. I don't know the answer. I've talked to all of them, not only about this topic, but others. I don't have a personal relationship with them in the sense of being friends. I have a professional relationship. Cornyn and Tillis are both on the Judiciary Committee. Cassidy is the chairman of the Health, Education, and Labor Committee. I've worked with them on issues like patent reform with Senator Cornyn, Camp Lejeune issues with Senator Tillis, who's from North Carolina, where Camp Lejeune is. I was deeply disappointed. I have no rational explanation other than they are either in fear or enthralled by Donald Trump's power. He has a power over the Republican Party and over senators that is difficult to comprehend. What's the point of their being in those positions if they don't exercise some conscience and conviction, especially when, as you know, Donald Trump endorsed John Cornyn's opponent in the primary and caused his loss. Donald Trump endorsed Cassidy's primary in the primary, and he lost. Tillis had to retire because Donald Trump was so critical of him. He probably couldn't have won a primary in North Carolina. And so they owe nothing to Donald Trump. In fact, the contrary. That's why I don't understand inexplicable.
I don't get it. That's why I really, really don't get it. I don't. Okay. And then,
there's always the attraction of invitations to the White House, of possible lobbying after they leave. There are all kinds of potential pressures from their donors, their past donors. I don't know the explanation, but I am deeply disappointed. And, of course, we worked very hard to persuade them that they could be real heroes historically, standing up to the president. They could be historic heroes.
Well, Lisa Murkowski, who owes no one anything, she's the most extraordinary politician, as far as I'm concerned, in this country, winning a U.S. Senate seat on a write-in ballot. She does her own thing, and she said no. And Susan Collins, who's going to be in the fight of her life in Maine, she said no. So leave it to the women sometimes, Senator Blumenthal. What can I tell you? Leave it to the women.
Well said.
Yeah. Let me go to another thing, and I'm going past the commercial break. I'm going to get yelled at. But we're chatting with Senator Richard Blumenthal, our U.S. Senator. These flock cameras, this is something that on our show we've been talking about for a while, and all of a sudden now Governor Lamont on Friday said maybe we should take another look, and Senator Bob Duff, who's the majority leader in our in Connecticut legislature, said it's time to take a pause, although we had him on and he said he's not sure what can be done about the 800 cameras that are already in contract. But I know what can be done. You can always stop a contract, particularly if there's a smelling of a breach. And now today in the New York Times front page story and the Associated Press, their top story is about the billions and billions of images that have been amassed by this one private company, with police departments far and wide more than happy to use these automated license plate readers that are proliferating all over the United States and all over Connecticut. And I'm kind of shocked that in my civil liberty town of Westport, no one's kind of picked this up, run with it, and said stop. I had to leave it to Milford, Middletown, Windsor, and other places to sound the first alarms here in Connecticut. But what do you think as a U.S. Senator about the proliferation of these flock cameras and the conversation that always gets argued that we need more ways to get the bad guys? How do you view these cameras?
I view them as a potential threat to privacy. They are collecting images and information that needs to be safeguarded. I have yet to be convinced that there are sufficient safeguards or guardrails for how this information is kept and potentially distributed. A lot of this information about us is collected by Google and big tech, and then it's bought and sold. And when you have a family member who, let's say, has an illness, or alternatively, differently, maybe pregnant, and they start getting ads directed at them on the internet for certain kinds of products, where the Googles and Amazons and all the big tech companies seem to know a lot about you, it's because of information that is collected and monetized. I'm not saying police departments are going to sell the information, but you know from years of experience how breaches occur, how hackers get into systems. And even with the best of intentions, law enforcement may be vulnerable to these kinds of hacks, potentially from foreign powers who may then misuse this information. I may sound paranoid. There's an old saying, only the paranoid survive. But in this information age where data is the new coin of the realm, you are the product. They're not selling to you. You are the product. They are collecting information about you. So I'm telling most of our listeners stuff they already know. I think there needs to be very strict safeguards. There need to be checks and double checks, monitoring maybe by some outside independent commission or authority to make sure that all these cameras are collecting information that is either deleted promptly. I'm not saying within a year. I'm saying within a matter of a month or two, or kept under very strict lock and key. And I don't mean physical lock and key. I mean digital lock and key. So that's a long-winded answer to your question.
Well, Senator Blumenthal, if you were still our Attorney General, and I should talk to Attorney General William Tong about this, I guess I'm very black and white about certain things. I really feel the burden of proof is on the state to show probable cause why they should have the information to begin with. And I don't think that they have reached that burden, nor do I think they ever could in a free society. And I realize that means that some bad guys are going to slip through now and then. I know that. That's sometimes the cost we have to pay to be free. But I feel like that's what our Constitution is about. It's been about establishing the boundaries of security and liberty and trying to figure out the balance. I just don't think they have the right to amass this data as a constitutional right of my being a free citizen. You, as the state, have to prove I've done something wrong before you can know where I am all day long. I just don't think they have the right to do it more elementally. I hear what you're saying. I know that we're one big data bank. I know that for the price of a free Gmail email, we've given up so much about our buying habits and about our associations and everything else. But there's still something that really strikes me as being beyond the pale, that a police officer is gathering information about where my car goes all day long. And it's not voluntary. I haven't signed up for it. I'm not getting anything in exchange. And I don't think they have the right to do it.
Lisa, the right to privacy is one of the reasons why we rebelled against the British, because they were barging into our homes. And
that's right.
They could not have envisioned these types of cameras, but the principles are the same. And there may be instances, and I'm a law enforcement guy by career. I was U.S. Attorney in Connecticut and then Attorney General for a couple of decades, so I'm sympathetic to the goals, but I just think there need to be safeguards. And talking about bad guys, I know you're on a break or about to do a break. I just want to tell you that in the midst of all our votes on Friday, we passed the Russia sanctions bill.
I know. Congratulations to you. The last time you were on, this is something you spoke about that you were partners with Lindsey Graham about, and it passed by like 81-19. So tell us what it's about.
Well, the Russia sanctions bill imposes tariffs and sanctions on the purchasers, the buyers of Russian oil and gas, to discourage them from these kinds of purchasers, which are fueling Putin's war machine. China and India buy 90% of this oil and gas. Russia depends on the revenues. Putin couldn't be slaughtering Ukrainians, bombing them every night without this revenue from oil and gas sales. And this major step forward finally passed the Senate. Lindsey Graham and I partnered on it. It's totally bipartisan. The vote was 86-12.
Oh, congratulations.
And
wow.
Now we need to go to the House and get it done there. But we have a lot of momentum going for us. And the Ukrainians are turning the tide. They're reaching deep into Russia, bombing the oil refineries and the manufacturing plants that make the bombs and missiles. But Putin has continued to slaughter Ukrainians with
Is there any end to this?
bombs.
Do you see any end to this?
There is an end. If Putin is convinced, we will stand with Ukraine. If he's convinced that we are behind Ukraine, along with the rest of with Europe, he will come to the table. But he will not come unless we show strength, more strength than we have so far. And of course, Putin has recognized that Trump has vacillated. Finally, he gave the green light to this bill, which enabled the Republican leadership to put it on the floor for a vote. And I'm glad that we passed this measure, but we also need to provide air defense which Ukraine desperately needs because Putin is continuing to slaughter civilians, aiming these bombs and missiles at apartment houses, hospitals, schools. It's all about the civilian targets.
Yes, it is.
It is devastating.
Well, you've got a lot on your plate, Senator Blumenthal. You have a lot on your plate. Well, you really do.
Thank you.
But thank you for coming on the show. Thanks for giving us the wide-ranging thoughts. And I don't know when you get to sleep, but you didn't have any sleep on Friday night, so I hope you got to catch up a little bit over the weekend. I'm not sure. Yeah. Wow.
Well, I did a few fairs, the Woodstock Fair and the Puerto Rican Festival and the North Branford.
You're unbelievable.
Festival and some campaign rallies for my friend Ned Lamont.
The election day's tomorrow, and there's early voting. You're a man constantly on the go. You really are incredible. Senator Richard Blumenthal, thank you very much for giving us this half hour of your time. We really
Thanks for having me.
Always
Take care.
A pleasure.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Weather update.
Clouding over this afternoon, hot with a shower or thunderstorm late near 90. A few early showers or thunderstorms this evening. Clearing after midnight. Here is 70. Tomorrow is sunny and warm in the mid-80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Now, let's take a look back with Norman. Let's hear what happened today in WICC history.
It's August 10th. Today we celebrate the birthday of Sausage King Jimmy Dean.
You can make Jimmy Dean sausage and biscuits quicker than you can make toast. So why not have a breakfast that you didn't even think you had time for?
In 1985, Michael Jackson paid $47 million for the catalog of all the Beatles songs and beat Paul McCartney on the offer. And in 1984, the Beach Boys played to more than 12,000 people at Kennedy Stadium in Bridgeport. August 10th.
That was today in WICC history. Every day just before 2 on the Voice of Connecticut. WICC 695.9. WICC 695.9. WICC AM Bridgeport, WICC FM Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven. Locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
From ABC News, I'm Michelle Franzen. The stalemate over the Strait of Hormuz continuing, with Iran demanding the U.S. lift its naval blockade along with sanctions and pay reparations for the war. The U.S. continuing to warn Iran that it could face new strikes. And now President Trump, in a new social media post, says the U.S. should be reimbursed for the cost of the war.
This is the first response we've seen from the president, a post on social media in which he says that this whole conversation of reparations or compensation to Iran was never mentioned, he said, in any of our negotiations or meetings. But he says it is an interesting idea because now, he says, he's likewise demanding compensation from Iran for all the people he says that they have killed and gravely wounded with their roadside bombs and many conflicts. He says that compensation should be paid to the families of hundreds of thousands of innocent protesters that he says Iran has killed.
ABC's Stephen Portnoy. In South Carolina today, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth renaming Joint Base Charleston to Joint Base Lindsey Graham. The change honors the late senator who served in the Air Force, Reserves, and National Guard for more than 3 decades. Health and Human Services Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. today announcing new proposals. One includes the federal government's first proposed definition of ultra-processed food.
Thousands of Americans, researchers, consumer organizations, and members of industry provided input to this process over the past 10 months. For the first time, we will have a consistent federal framework to study these foods, to understand their effects on human health, and to build stronger and lasting nutrition policy.
The other project requires manufacturers to notify the FDA when concluding a substance added to human or animal food falls under generally recognized as safe. In Colombia, a 7.4 magnitude earthquake rocking the Chaco region. Colombia's president says at least 50 people are dead. You're listening to ABC News.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
In Puerto Rico, the water crisis is getting worse. Government officials now rationing water with supplies cut off 48 hours at a time in San Juan and other cities. The emergency also being made worse by decades of decay in infrastructure and back-to-back national disasters. ABC's Victor Oquendo says the U.S. territory has also been dealing with extreme heat and severe drought.
July was the driest month ever recorded in San Juan in more than 120 years. Roughly 68% of Puerto Rico is now experiencing extreme drought, and there is little relief in sight. The Carraízo Reservoir, the primary drinking source for the city of San Juan, looking depleted. The Puerto Rican National Guard has been working since June to alleviate conditions, distributing over 500,000 gallons of water to residents already.
Amanda Knox, the American who brought to trial in Italy after being accused of killing her roommate and convicted and then acquitted, is hosting a one-woman comedy show in Scotland and facing new criticism. Here's ABC's Allison Cussick.
The show is billed as a woman juggling motherhood and the aftermath of a wrongful imprisonment. But Knox's ex-boyfriend, Rafael Solicito, tells the Daily Mail, "I find it puzzling that a tragedy is being used as a draw for a comedy show. I am trying to process and move past what happened in a different way." Meredith Kircher's sister says Knox is trivializing violence against women.
I'm Michelle Franzen, ABC News.
In a recent survey of 123,000 wireless customers, Pure Talk was the only wireless company to receive 5 stars in every category: coverage, support, value, and data. What else do you need to know? Switch to Pure Talk today and get any plan, including their top shelf unlimited data plan, for just $15 a month for your first 3 months. No contract, no commitment. Dial pound 250, say micro, and let Pure Talk's U.S. customer service team help you make the switch.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Governor Ned Lamont is asking for police to review their automated license plate reader technology programs. Many cities in the state are canceling contracts or letting them expire with the company Flock after concerns have started, including this interaction from a Board of Aldermen meeting in Milford last week regarding the data collected and what it's used for.
We've been told that Flock focuses on stolen vehicles, violent criminals, and missing people, but Milford's portal has shown searches labeled failed to yield, suspicious activity, anonymous tip, suspicious mail. That is broader than the narrow description residents were given.
The real issue is that these cameras are most likely in violation of the Fourth Amendment. Okay?
Lamont is asking for more information over the next month about what types of technologies are being used, permissible use under state law, issues with the Trust Act and SHIELD law, and recommendations for new policy adaptations. Lamont acknowledges that the equipment is intended to keep towns and roads safe. A Tennessee congressional candidate is charged with felony vandalism for shooting out Flock cameras. Law enforcement agencies say the technology has helped them track down stolen vehicles and missing persons. There is a GOP congressional bill requiring federal agents to obtain a warrant to access Flock's data. And tomorrow is primary day in Connecticut. Governor Ned Lamont is facing a primary challenge from Hamden Democratic State Representative Josh Elliott. It's the first time in 5 decades that a current governor is facing a primary challenger. Recent polls have shown Lamont with a more than 30-digit lead over Elliott. The Democratic nominee will face Republican nominee Greenwich State Senator Ryan Fazio in November. In the meantime, Congressional District Congressman from the 1st District, John Larson, is facing a primary challenge from 3 opponents, including former Hartford Mayor Luke Bronin. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
84 westbound obstruction exits 9 through 8, and that's in the right lane. On Route 8 southbound, more construction, exit 15 down to 12B in the left lane. Over cross southbound, more road work, exit 46 down to exit 42A and B. And 91 southbound construction, exits 3 and 2, right lane is blocked. In New Haven, on LT Russell Boulevard northbound side, a sinkhole going into Derby Avenue. Stay to the left to get around it. I'm Ange Krause, WICC Traffic.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Miller Nissan of Fairfield weather update.
A few showers or a thunderstorm this evening, otherwise clearing after midnight. Here is 70. Tomorrow is sunny and warm in the mid-80s. On Wednesday, sunny with a high again in the mid-80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. So, Governor Ned Lamont, now he wants to be the white knight. Oh, here comes Ned on his horse. He wants to be the white knight as to, everybody is upset because of these plate readers, the ALPRs, the automated or automatic license plate readers, and the governor is asking cities and towns to hold off on this. Why should they hold off? Seriously, why should any city or town hold off and have to genuflect at the altar of Hartford? Why? I'm telling you, every time I hear this story, and there's no fault that Chris did it, this is a major story, all of a sudden, the people from on high, they're all going to come in, and they're all going to say, well, we have to wait on this. Well, why? Well, because some people with their, with their thinking, and I can understand this, they're worried about the data being shared. I get it. There's nothing wrong with having a healthy concern here. But I'm telling you what's going to happen here, and I'm begging you to understand me on this. When does Hartford ever get their tentacles in to anything, or their claws in to anything to do with law enforcement here in the state and not clamp down on it? And not try to restrict or limit what could happen here. The governor is urging all Connecticut municipalities to immediately pause the installation of any new safety cameras or ALPRs. The governor is sending a letter to the Connecticut Police Officers Standards and Training Council on Friday, asking the group to conduct a review of the increased use of all the automated cameras, blah, 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 blah. So, because the governor and his cronies want everybody to just hold off on the cameras, we should do that? Why? Has there been a federal court ruling yet? I'm just asking you here. Has there been a federal court ruling yet that says the ALPRs here, done by Flock or anybody else, are they a violation of the Fourth Amendment? There has been no federal court ruling yet that says that. All these dime store lawyers out there, sorry, stop it. Because you know what's going to happen on this. And look, if you get cops here, men and women, who are using this thing and are using it improperly, well then, gosh darn it, they should be fired and drop down a big hole. How about that? I agree with people on this. I do. But you don't turn everything off or stop the installation here, which is exactly what the criminals want. Do you understand me? That's exactly what the gangbangers, the home invaders, the car thieves, the other thieves, that's exactly what they want. They want you to be scared instead of standing tall and saying, no, hey, we're going to keep these things on, but we're going to put additional safeguards in there. And I know the governor is saying, well, let's wait till we get these safeguards. And no. We already have a couple of laws that were passed on this regarding police accountability here. Folks, I'm telling you, I know there's a desire to say, they understand us. And no, they don't understand you. This is going to be another way, trust me on this, to hamstring law enforcement. Again, I ask you, why should we trust anybody in this state who's not exactly in the law enforcement field in a state where a cop, and I hate to keep using this example, but you have a state where a cop cannot pull somebody over if he or she has a reasonable suspicion that they're smoking marijuana and they're high while they're driving. The cops can't do that here. So why would we trust anybody in Hartford to not put any more shackles on law enforcement here? It's ridiculous. You know why they want to do this. It's an election year. You've got a couple of months, and the governor can come out, and Bob Duff can come out, and all the Democrats can come out and say, oh, we care about you. Yes, we care about you. In fact, we're going to make it so these cities and towns can't retain the data for more than 10 minutes. Yes, if they can't get a court order or a judge to sign off on a subpoena in 10 minutes, well, they're just going to have to erase everything. The NAACP is going to get involved, the CCLU is going to get involved, and the ACLU is going to get involved. And they're going to say, no, we can't do that. And they're going to blame ICE. Again, you watch it. This is a springboard here to blame ICE. I'm telling you this. Because they're going to narrow and narrow and narrow and narrow and narrow and narrow the scope of this. They'll say, well, you could have these cameras here, let alone that they have solved crimes in this state. But you know what? Hey, you never know. Even though we say ICE can't do them, we don't know about ICE. Folks, trust me on this. I'm begging you. We see this all the time. This is nothing more than election year posturing, and maybe the governor thinks he's doing good, and God bless him if he does. But, Governor, the last thing you want to do is give your party that controls the House and controls the Senate in Hartford, the last thing you want to do is give them the imprimatur to interfere with police. Now, again, if you want to put reasonable restrictions on this data, fine. But you have people here losing their collective minds because of the bad actions of a few. I'm sorry. And I've had people come up to me and say, you're in favor of those license plate readers? Yes, I am. Oh, you're not afraid they're going to take your liberty? No, I'm not. I'm sorry. I don't quiver in the corner here. I don't, oh my God, big government's going to get me. No, that's not this kid you hear right here. I ain't going there. Sorry. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. The collective spaz out I'm hearing on this is unbelievable. And then when you show people the cases that these cameras have worked in to get criminals off the street, well, again, over the weekend, I was dealing with idiots out there. Well, I don't care if they're solving crimes. It's unconstitutional. No, Hank, it's not unconstitutional. So do you agree with Governor Ned Lamont's call for municipalities to pause installations of any new automated license plate readers? What do you like that? If your city or town is about to put these things in, under the auspices of the police department. Do you want them to stop? Because because Ned Lamont and Bob Duff said we have to stop, and Jim Maroney say we have to stop? Really? Really? You have that little of a spine?
When you want real local news, you turn to WICC. When you want real live and local talk, you turn to WICC. There's no AI here. We're in your community because it's our community too. Personalities you know and trust, delivering what matters to you. We're the voice of Connecticut. WICC 600 and 95.9.
The following message is brought to you by the Fairfield Law Offices of Estate, Trust, and Probate Attorneys Eliafson and Tenor, online at ConnecticutElderLaw.com. Here is attorney Christine Tenor.
If you are suddenly hurt or seriously ill and can't speak for yourself, what could happen to you and your family and all you care about? Will life-changing decisions be made by strangers? We all face legal, financial, and physical challenges every day at all stages of life. Don't leave important matters to chance, and don't wait until you are elderly. No one can predict what the future holds for us, so even young adults and young couples, everyone, should be prepared for the unexpected. Give your family and yourself the most important gift you can give, the gift of peace of mind.
Visit ConnecticutElderLaw.com. Eliafson and Tenor, 203-336-2566. Protecting your family's future. Eliafson and Tenor. For peace of mind, 203-336-2566.
You're invited to come tour Forest Hills Milford, one of the newest luxury rental 55 and over communities in Connecticut. Brand new apartments that include assigned garage parking with direct elevator access, private storage areas, state-of-the-art fitness center, and a welcoming clubhouse. All of this in beautiful Milford, Connecticut, where you'll find historic New England charm in a city with everything you need for modern everyday life. Visit ForestHillsMilford.com to schedule your tour. ForestHillsMilford.com. At Abriola Parkview Funeral Home in Trumbull, we understand that planning for life's milestones is important. But what about planning for your funeral? While it may be difficult to consider, pre-planning can ease the burden on your loved ones during a challenging time. By planning now, you can ensure that your wishes are honored without leaving emotional or financial strain on your family. Visit Abriola.com to learn more about our compassionate pre-planning services. Plan today for peace of mind tomorrow.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-885-3333. That's 800-885-3333.
Go to voiceofct.com and click on contests. Enter to win tickets to see UB40, The Unstoppable Tour at Ridgefield Playhouse, September 29th. Tickets on sale now.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
84 westbound construction exits 9 through 8, and that's in the right lane. On Route 8 southbound more construction, exit 15 down to 12B in the left lane. Overcross southbound more road work, exit 46 down to exit 42A and B, and 91 southbound construction, exits 3 and 2. Right lane is blocked. In New Haven on LT Russell Boulevard northbound side, sinkhole going into Derby Avenue. Stay to the left to get around it. I'm Andrew Krause, WICC Traffic.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Miller Nissan of Fairfield weather update.
Tonight will feature early showers or a thunderstorm clearing after midnight near 70. Tomorrow is sunny and warm in the mid-80s. On Wednesday, sunny with a high again in the mid-80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Beacon Falls live and local news source for 100 years. The voice of Connecticut. WICC 600 and 95.9.
All right, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. So what do you think of Governor Ned Lamont's statement? Actually, we talked about this late last week. I think it was Friday. We were almost done here. But the governor is asking cities and towns here to hold off on installing or activating or flipping the switch on any new flock-type cameras or license plate reader-type cameras. You know why a lot of people don't like these things? Because they work. because they work. There's a big article in the Atlantic here in the city of San Francisco, which was turning into a literal crap hole there. And then guess what they did? San Francisco city officials and police went out and they bought a whole bunch of flock cameras. And guess what happened? Guess what happened? San Francisco city officials and police say they have recorded double-digit drops in key crime categories: auto thefts, property crimes, violent offenses, crediting an expanded surveillance network that includes hundreds of flock safety automated license plate reader cameras and the use of police drones here. Auto thefts down 41% in San Francisco year over year. Property crime decreased by 33%. Violent crime down about 13% to multi-year lows. Because they are using high tech, they are using equipment. And we have been using that equipment in several cities and towns here, but now all of a sudden the governor, and I don't doubt that he may be sincere in this, but please, I don't care whether it's the governor, it's the Democratic majority in the state House, it's the Democratic majority in the state Senate, I frankly don't freaking care. You do not tell cities and towns when you don't have established state law, you don't tell them to stop keeping their municipalities safer. You don't. You just don't do that. Now, if there is established state law held up by, say, the state Supreme Court or the circuit courts or superior courts here in the state, and then cities and towns break it, well, that's another issue. But let me ask you something. If your city or town is getting ready to install or turn on some flock cameras here, and you hear the governor is saying, or anybody, or Bob Duff or Jim Maroney or anybody else is saying, hey, don't turn those systems on or don't do that, do you think that's okay? Honestly, do you think that's okay when there's been no... Folks, you have to understand something. There has been no establishment that anything about this is unconstitutional. I'm sorry, a lot of people think they have law degrees because they know how to use the internet. No. There have been numerous court cases that, if anything else, has come down on the side of these cameras. So, listen, I know it's an election year, and, listen, we had our own contributor here, Dan Haar, say on this radio station a couple of weeks ago that Democrats are getting hammered on the campaign trail on this. And guess what? Too bad. Too bad. You explain to people, well, cities and towns can do what they want. That's why we have 169 of them here in the state. I'm sorry, folks. This system solves crimes. It keeps people safer. That's documented. If you don't think it does, I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell you. And if we're going to tighten up on the data, yeah, do that. Absolutely. You're caught playing around with the data, you get fired and you go to jail. But all these legislators right now, they all want to be the caped crusader. Oh, I'm going to step in and we're going to save people from being surveilled. Please, please, dear God, spare me.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
84 westbound construction exits 9 through 8, and that's in the right lane. On Route 8 southbound more construction, exit 15 down to 12B in the left lane. Overcross southbound more road work, exit 46 down to exit 42A and B, and 91 southbound construction, exits 3 and 2. Right lane is blocked. In New Haven, on LT Brossel Boulevard northbound side, a sinkhole going into Derby Avenue. Stay to the left to get around it. I'm Edge Krause, WICC Traffic.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Miller Nissan of Fairfield weather update.
A few showers or a thunderstorm this evening, otherwise clearing after midnight near 70. Tomorrow, sunny and warm in the mid-80s. On Wednesday, sunny with a high again in the mid-80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
In the real estate ecosystem, trust and transparency create harmony. But one elusive species disrupts this balance, the rogue agent. Their secrecy with off-market listings leave home buyers confused, frustrated, and inventory-starved. And that's bad news for sellers too. With Smart MLS, over 20,000 realtors unite, creating more demand, offers, and better results. Ask your agent if your home is on Smart MLS.
If you get injured in an accident, it can feel like you're out there all by yourself. Insurance companies send an army of lawyers after you to lowball your claim, deny coverage, and force you to settle. At Trantolo & Trantolo, we've been standing up to the insurance companies for more than 85 years. We're on your side, and we'll get you what you're entitled to. We don't get paid until you do. If you're injured, don't fight solo. Trantolo & Trantolo. Get your free case assessment at trantololaw.com. That's trantololaw.com.
That'll be $84.52.
Perfect. Grab the bags, honey.
Mom, why do you always check your phone before we pay?
I'm just claiming my cash back on the Upside app. Since we're getting the groceries here and we filled up the car on the way, I've already earned enough this morning to pay for that pizza night we're having Friday.
Wait, so the app pays for pizza?
Not exactly, but the cash I earn on stuff we need helps us pay for the stuff we want. It's just a little win for our family every week.
Get more out of your everyday. Upside is the free app that gets you cash back on routine purchases like gas, groceries, and dining out at more than 100,000 locations nationwide. No points, no rebates, just cash back straight to your wallet. Download the free Upside app and use promo code ACT5 to get a $5 bonus on your first purchase. That's promo code ACT5 to get a $5 bonus. Remember, use promo code ACT5.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
All the latest for your ride home. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on the Voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9.
See, folks, I just want to make sure you understand where I'm coming from here. I don't doubt that there are still legal questions about these license plate readers. Of course there are. Until the U.S. Supreme Court speaks, we have to say that these things may eventually be found to a large extent or some extent unconstitutional. Fourth Amendment. I understand that. But everybody's got to pump the brakes here, no pun intended. And again, the speed cameras are a different issue altogether. Some things overlap and like a Venn diagram, and some things don't. But I'm sorry, I don't trust the General Assembly in Hartford. I don't trust the Democrats in the State House, and I don't trust the Democrats in the State Senate. We already passed, as part of another police accountability law, limits on how long the data can be held. We already have a new rule about only sharing it with Massachusetts, New York, and Rhode Island. We already have a new rule about not sharing it with ICE. And I'm sorry, folks, but I will bet a few shekels here that if you allow the General Assembly to do this even more, they will go beyond data protections and they will look to shackle police and shackle these systems that catch criminals. And it's going to come from
This is WICC 600 and 95.9, the Voice of Connecticut.
ABC News, I'm Michelle Franzen. Following a contentious confirmation hearing and a narrow vote over the weekend, Todd Blanche has taken the oath as permanent Attorney General.
Blanche was sworn in by Emil Bove, a judge on the powerful Third Circuit Court of Appeals, who just 2 years ago served as Blanche's co-counsel defending Donald Trump across 3 criminal cases. Blanche and Bove both took top jobs in the Justice Department after Trump won re-election. Blanche now has the role of the country's top law enforcement officer after being narrowly confirmed in a 50-49 vote Saturday morning. Peter Haralambous, ABC News.
Talks between the U.S. and Iran remain stalled over the Strait of Hormuz. Iran is demanding the U.S. lift the naval blockade on the waterway and pay war reparations. President Trump now says Iran should repay for decades of terrorist-related deaths across the Middle East. At least 71 people have died following the massive earthquake in western Colombia. Rescue operations underway in the city of Cali, where 20 buildings have collapsed. This is ABC News.
WICC 695.9. Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Authorities say a shooting on Sunday in Bridgeport is the city's sixth homicide this year. It happened around 1 a.m. behind the Gary Crooks Memorial Center on Bostwick Avenue. The victim has been identified as 46-year-old Johnny L. Nesmith. Police say the Hamden native was shot multiple times outside one of the buildings on the property. Investigators say there was a crowd around Nesmith as the shooting occurred, and they are asking witnesses to come forward. Thousands of Eversource and United Illuminating customers were without power from weekend storms. At its peak on Friday, more than 15,000 customers experienced outages. More than 8,600 power outages were reported around 8 a.m. on Saturday. Strong thunderstorms on Friday night brought 60-mile-per-hour winds in some places. The search for a missing swimmer in Milford has been suspended. The Milford Fire Department says the search in the area of Silver Sands State Park and Charles Island was suspended pending further credible information. Officials say the search will resume if they receive reports of a missing person in the area. Trumbull officials are working on a new ordinance to regulate e-bikes and motorized scooters as complaints about reckless riding by teenagers and children continue to increase. Residents have reported close calls on roads, sidewalks, parks, and the Pequannock River Valley Rail Trail, where e-bikes are already prohibited. The town is also considering whether parents could face fines for violations, while a nearly $5,000 state grant has been used to provide helmets and safety education. Officials hope to balance safety with young people's ability to enjoy e-bikes and expect to bring a proposed ordinance forward soon. Connecticut Democratic Senator Richard Blumenthal is calling on Congress to take action against the growing spread of spotted lanternflies in Connecticut, warning that the invasive insects pose a serious threat to the state's agriculture and environment. State entomologist Victoria Smith spoke with WTNH-TV News 8 about what to do if you encounter one.
Basically, see it, smash it. They're just too prolific. They're too good of a stowaway. They're too good of a hitchhiker. And so we really can't, we're not stopping this one. But what we can do is learn to live with it.
Blumenthal is pushing for more federal resources to help states monitor and control the pest, which can damage crops and trees and has already been found in communities across Connecticut. The senator says federal support is needed because the insects don't respect state borders and can spread quickly, making early detection and coordinated efforts critical. New leaders at St. Francis Hospital say vast improvements have been made at the facility. Over the last 2 years, the hospital has faced a barrage of scrutiny from the State Department of Public Health and an exodus of radiologists. Leadership now notes that the hospital's maternity unit was recognized as a high-performing ward by U.S. News and World Report. St. Francis is the largest Catholic hospital in New England with 617 beds. The hospital is also building a new MRI suite to further expand its range of care for patients. Candidates are making their final push to voters with the primary election set to take place on Tuesday. The Democratic race for governor between incumbent Ned Lamont and Hamden State Representative Josh Elliott, along with the four-way race for the U.S. House in the state's 1st District, are the two races that have garnered the most attention in the lead-up.
Come a long way, but the job's not done. Let's keep Connecticut moving forward together.
Let's actually make healthcare, childcare, housing, and energy affordable.
In the congressional race, 14-term incumbent Representative John Larson is facing former Hartford Mayor Luke Bronin, who is endorsed by the state's Democratic Party. State Representative Jillian Gilchrist of West Hartford and Hartford School Board member Ruth Fortune are also on the ballot. Polls are open from 6 a.m. to 8 p.m. on Election Day. And firefighters helped rescue a child who got stuck in a potty training seat last week. The Westport Fire Department says firefighters used, quote, minimally invasive techniques to remove the child from the training seat without injuries. The fire department says they undergo extensive training to remove people from all sorts of entrapments. The department said on Facebook the boy was, quote, all smiles once he was safely extracted. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
84 westbound construction exits 9 through 8, and that's in the right lane. On Route 8 southbound more construction, exit 15 down to 12B in the left lane. Over cross southbound more road work, exit 46 down to exit 42A and B, and 91 southbound construction exits 3 and 2. Right lane is blocked. In New Haven on LT Russell Boulevard northbound side, sinkhole going into Derby Avenue. Stay to the left to get around it. I'm Andrew Krause, WICC Traffic.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Miller Nissan of Fairfield weather update.
Tonight will feature early showers or a thunderstorm clearing after midnight near 70. Tomorrow is sunny and warm in the mid-80s. On Wednesday, sunny with a high again in the mid-80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
If Stamford is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, 203-333-9422-333 WICC. Folks, I keep saying this because I want you to understand where I stand on this. I do think we need to tighten up how some of this license plate camera data is used. My point is, you don't want Hartford doing it. You just don't. They've already done this. This is nothing more than an election year ploy by the governor, by Bob Duff, by Jim Maroney, and a lot of other Democrats. All of a sudden, and even some Republicans too, and I will disagree with them on this. You don't want Hartford touching this. Now, I know the governor says he's going to leave it up to the Officers Training Council, whatever, but you know what's going to happen. We have already tightened the law once, and they haven't even seen how this works. There's a public act that was already enacted where, Connecticut departments can only share with New York or Massachusetts or Rhode Island. You can share with and I'm telling you, if you let the General Assembly get their tentacles into this, they will restrict law enforcement further and further and further. You don't want Hartford doing this. Trust me, you just don't. Much better to be handled on a local level with local police commissions and local voters, as what happened the other night in Milford. But I'm sorry. Even our buddy Dan Haar said it from Hearst. He had heard they're getting hammered on this when they're knocking doors. Hey, what about those cameras? And now the governor's trying to come to a rescue here, and maybe with all due good intentions, I get it. But, do you really want Hartford telling your local police department how to prevent crime in your town? I don't. I trust the mayor and the town council where I live and the police commission to take input and make the best decision here. That's just me. That's just me. I'm telling you, don't let Hartford get into this, because when it becomes a political issue and not a law enforcement issue, that's when they look to do favors for everybody. Dave in Milford's here. Dave, good afternoon. How are you? You're first up.
Oh, geez. Thanks, Paul. I appreciate your show and everything.
Thank you.
What made me call today? I live in Milford.
Yeah.
And my daughter, I guess she got her first ticket. And I'm kind of surprised that most people aren't complaining more about the cost of the speeding tickets and how they're enforced.
Mm-hmm.
My daughter was going down a road, apparently.
Yeah.
Perfectly clear, perfect visibility.
Yeah.
No kids in school.
Okay.
And she was going 36 miles an hour.
All right.
And guess what? We're 1 mile an hour over.
That's it.
And she was going to work and hit for $65.
Yeah.
Nobody there, perfectly clear, no kids, and they're busting our chops, and I'm irate.
Well,
Meanwhile,
David, hold on. I'll let you finish, but understand something,
Paul,
David. Understand something. The police department told people for a month that this was happening, And they're not hiding where these cameras are, David. There's 4 or 5 around the schools and then a couple of areas along Route 1, the post road. So, yeah, I understand that, but the police spent the better part of a month putting press releases out there and stuff on Facebook and says, this is where the cameras are. Slow down.
Correct. So Paul, here's my response to that.
Yeah.
We're human.
Well,
I was at the Milford meeting last Monday, whenever it was.
Yeah.
And the police chief or somebody said people are 95% compliant.
Yeah.
Certainly we are. However, when I go by the road 45 times in a week on my family, and the one time you're thinking about something else and you go 36 over, I should not be bagged for when it's perfectly clear for $65. So 95% is great. I'm not 100%. You're not 100%.
All right.
It should be enforced based on the situation. Meanwhile, I went in the parkway the other night. I almost got killed with my wife because some guy scooted over going like 95. And they say I'm unsafe going 36.
Well,
it's not right.
And the problem, and Dave, thank you for the call. Appreciate it. Listen, I understand this. I get it. I understand this. Now, as your situation on the Parkway and on 95, look, the state has been undermanned on traffic patrols on 95 and on 91 and on the Merritt, the Wilbercross. The limited access highways have been under-patrolled. The crazies are going nuts. And I've had officials from the state police union on this program who have said we are underfunded and they're down by like 700 or 800 troopers or something like that. Something ridiculous. And why doesn't it get corrected? I don't know. I have no idea. Probably because politics is involved, because they want to limit the encounters between officers and drivers. It's the same mentality, like I say, it's the same mentality of not allowing a cop to stop somebody if they clearly believe they're smoking pot. That's how some people in Hartford side with criminals. No, we don't want to have encounter because sometimes the encounters go bad between the guys. It's just like that cockamamie bill. Do you remember that bill where they wanted to lower the threshold for a police stop? In other words, you wouldn't be able to stop somebody if they had a burned out taillight or a burned out headlight or a busted rear view window, mirror. Why is that? Well, and we got I'm doing my air quotes now, the in certain neighborhoods thing. People are as socioeconomically depressed and they can't fix their cars. I'm serious. They actually argued that.
Hello, my name is Bob Cento, and I would like to rent you office space. The reason we've done so well is that we put our tenants in front of everything else we do. Your growth is my growth. Your success is my success. And I would love to show you some beautiful properties if you should need space. Thank you.
Start online, scinto.com.
Fish on! The Surfside Hotel Greatest Bluefish Tournament on Earth official auto sponsor is Stevens Ford Lincoln of Milford, the dealership built on trust. Register now for your chance to win $25,000 for the heaviest bluefish caught. Pick up a registration form at Stevens Ford Lincoln of Milford or go to bluefishtournament.com. Be part of the Surfside Hotel Greatest Bluefish Tournament on Earth, August 29th and 30th, and land your next vehicle at Stevens Ford Lincoln in Milford.
I'm not one to say I told you so, but I switched to Pure Talk over a year ago, and ever since, I've been telling people there's no better wireless company out there. Well, a few months ago, a massive survey was conducted. 123,000 people were asked to rate their wireless carrier in 4 categories: coverage, support, data, and overall value. Well, the results are in. Guess which wireless company was the only wireless company to get 5 stars in every category? Yeah, Pure Talk. 5 stars, every category. To celebrate, Pure Talk is offering the first 3 months of any plan for just $15 a month, including their top-tier unlimited plan. No contract, no commitment, just a very inexpensive way to test drive the only American wireless company with 5 stars in every category. Just dial pound 250, say micro, and Pure Talk's U.S. customer service will take it from there. Again, pound 250 micro. And yes, I told you so.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
84 westbound construction exits 9 through 8, and that's in the right lane. On Route 8 southbound, more construction, exit 15 down to 12B in the left lane. Go across southbound, more road work, exit 46 down to exit 42A and B, and 91 southbound construction, exits 3 and 2. Right lane is blocked. In New Haven, on LT Russell Boulevard northbound side, a sinkhole going into Derby Avenue. Stay to the left to get around it. I'm Ange Krause, WICC Traffic.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Miller Nissan of Fairfield weather update.
A few showers or a thunderstorm this evening, otherwise clearing after midnight near 70. Tomorrow is sunny and warm in the mid-80s. On Wednesday, sunny with a high again in the mid-80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
And you think you've got opinions. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on the voice of Connecticut. WICC 695.9.
And look, I understand people get upset with this, like our last caller, feeling it's unfair to get pinched for a couple of miles an hour over in a local road when school is out. I get it. I wish, and this is not to, poo-poo any concerns that our last caller had, but I wish people would be far more concerned with again, like I always say, these problems that go on for years and years and years and years, and nobody does anything about them. Now, at one point, a couple of years ago, the Connecticut State Police Force had dropped significantly down to about 930 active state troopers when I guess there is a state-mandated minimum of 1,200. So why are people driving crazy on 91 and 95 and the Merritt and Wilbercross Parkways? Well, we've been understaffed for years at the Stadies. And with that understaffing, guess what gets reduced? Reduced traffic enforcement units. Specialized highway traffic enforcement details shrinking drastically over the past few years post-COVID. At one time, I guess from what I see here, about a year ago, there's supposed to be 70 dedicated positions of traffic enforcement, speed enforcement. Now it's down to a tiny fraction. And again, you see it here. And there's been significant policy shifts. Low morale, modified high-speed pursuit policies, limits on certain types of motor vehicle stops, further reducing active roadside intervention. So there you go. There are not enough troopers, and they don't do what they used to do. So what happens is then the state says, and they hear people like our last caller, and they say, well, we're going to put traffic cameras up on 91 and 95, and then they get pressure from groups, and they say, all right, never mind. So the bottom line is nothing gets better. Nothing gets better. I say it all the time, all the freaking time. Mind-numbing, mind-boggling, mind-numbing, whatever you want to do to your mind here. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. It's tougher to recruit and pay law enforcement, so they go to some of these electronic modes, whether it's in cities or towns and on the highway, and then people bitch. They bitch and complain and them. So what do you want? You don't want your taxes to go up. So you're going to complain every time your city or town hires more cops. And then when your town council or city council or board of alders or RTM says, well, we don't have the money, we're putting up these cameras, then out comes the Fourth Amendment. So what is it? What do you want? What are you for? What are you for? You don't want your taxes to go up and you don't want automated enforcement. Then what are you for? Please explain what you're not against. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. I mean, I understand you have to. Well, pick a lane and stay in it. Don't weave in and out. Oh, man. Jack in Bridgeport. Jack, good afternoon. How are you? Hello, Jack. Are you there, sir? Hey, I got you now. What's up?
All right. Okay, tune them in, right?
Yeah.
Listen, I don't know what the problem is with these people, all right? If you're not doing nothing wrong, what the hell are you worrying about it, all right? You got a traffic camera up. You got a speed limit. Stay within the speed limit. You want to go 5 miles over, which I think they allow, all right, go ahead and do it, all right? But don't moan about, well, my invasion of privacy. A cop can run your plate and get more information.
Exactly.
All right?
Exactly.
So, the light bulb should go off and say, look, pull up your big boy panties, suck it up, all right, and do what you got to do. Obey the law, obey the speed limits. If you get pulled over and you're exceeding the speed limit, well, guess what? I got one up on Ledyard Boulevard there.
Oh, you did.
Right, 55 mile an hour in a 50 mile an hour zone.
Yeah.
And the guys are passing me like I'm standing still.
I know.
But they pulled me over.
Yeah. And if anything, and Jack, thank you for the call. Appreciate it. If anything, the traffic cameras don't discriminate. Right? How many times have we been, have you or I been pulled, and believe me, I've been pulled over a lot in my lifetime. And you sit there and you say to yourself, yeah, I'm getting a ticket, I'm taking it up the rear here, and look, how many people are buzzing me laughing at 70 miles an hour. So the cameras don't discriminate if they're calibrated properly, and they give you a cushion. You can go up to 9 miles an hour over. And I don't know about you, but every time I pass by the one near the radio station here, I am on my brake. I know I see the sign. I know exactly where it is, and I am on that brake. Robert in Bridgeport. Robert, good afternoon. How are you?
Okay, how are you doing?
Good. What's up?
Basically, on the same message, it seems like, we'll never have flying cars come this century. Due to the fact that, people are just high on either drugs, alcohol, or anxiety. So
I'm trying to figure out which one is the worst, anxiety, drugs, or booze. But go ahead.
It's probably a combination of all.
Yeah.
And then, imagine if we have to control freight. And we can't even function with our infrastructure as it is.
Yeah.
So, we're having a terrible time doing that. And then all of a sudden, people just want to fly.
Yeah.
And
I don't think
it's kind of.
I don't think flying. Robert, I do have to go. I'm up against the time wise. I got a boatload of callers here. I don't think. Can you imagine if we actually had flying cars? Like Robert alluded to, what if you go and open up one of those sci-fi magazines from like the 1950s, post-World War II, by the year 1985, we'll have flying cars. Can you imagine some of the stunads who are driving right now if they were airborne? Good God.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
84 westbound obstruction exits 9 through 8, and that's in the right lane. On Route 8 southbound, more construction, exit 15 down to 12B in the left lane. Over cross southbound, more road work, exit 46 down to exit 42A and B. And 91 southbound construction, exits 3 and 2, right lane is blocked. In New Haven, on LT Russell Boulevard northbound side, a sinkhole going into Derby Avenue. Stay to the left to get around it. I'm Edge Krause, WICC Traffic.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Miller Nissan of Fairfield weather update.
Tonight will feature early showers or a thunderstorm clearing after midnight near 70. Tomorrow is sunny and warm in the mid-80s. On Wednesday, sunny with a high again in the mid-80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
Hey, it's Steve Basso from Steve Basso Plumbing, Heating, and AC again. There's no better time than right now to service or repair that AC system. Even install new or replace your existing system. Did you know high-efficiency ductless systems use up to 50% less electricity? Call us today at 203-335-0224. That's 203-335-0224. On the web at bassophac.com. And remember, everything's better with Basso.
Let's be honest, most of us spend a lot of time thinking about retirement, but not so much actually preparing for it. Each week, David Gagnon, he's the host of Mastering Your Wealth. He discusses the financial news of the day and explains how it could affect you as you get ready for retirement. Join David Saturday mornings at 8 for Mastering Your Wealth Radio right here on WICC 600. You can also visit masteringyourwealthradio.com.
Back to the news and talk, thanks to Smart MLS. Smart Sellers Ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut, WICC's 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli.
All right, 203-333-9422. Walter in Trumbull before news. Walter, what's up with you?
Hey, Paul. Hey, question for you.
Yeah.
Do you know, or maybe one of your callers will know, do these cameras take pictures of the other lane? And I ask this question because I've multiple times been going down these zones that have cameras.
Yeah.
I haven't gotten a citation.
Don't complain.
Going over the speed limit. But people are so impatient.
Yeah.
They go flying around me on the other side of the road on a double yellow line. So I was like, camera's probably not getting them because it's not taking a picture of the other side of the road.
I don't know. You know, Walter, honestly, here's what I would do. I would call the cops or walk into the police station and just say, hey, I have a question. I mean, they've got to answer it. And everybody knows where they are, right? The cops spend a month telling people, here's the deal here. I don't know on a 2-lane road. That's a really good question.
I'm laughing because, I'm like, I'm going to get a ticket for going 5 miles an hour over the limit, and this guy's going 50, to pass me.
I know.
Thank you.
All right, Walter, thank you. Yeah, I don't know, folks. Don't be afraid to talk to the cops. Or if you don't want to do it by phone, just go to the front desk one day. Go to the Milford Police Department. If you're up and down the post road 100 times a month, probably. Say, officer, hey, how you doing? Good. I just have a question. Can you? And they may say, well, I'm not sure, or I have to run that, or send an email to this. I don't know. I would assume, and I don't know what was exactly written in that bill, but, the bill may say that any inquiries from the public regarding this stuff has to be done in the, in the form of an email or whatever. So I don't know. I don't know. All I know is, like I said, there's one near the radio station here. It's like 1.25 miles down. And, man, as soon as I come over the hill and I see that sign, photo enforced, this puppy's right foot is on the brake. I don't care how many people are in back of me. Pull over, flash me, pull over. I don't give a crap. I don't care. Just because you're in a hurry, it's not going to cost me $50 plus the $15 processing. So $65, no sir, no ma'am, no way, no how. Yikes, ain't gonna do it.
WICC AM Bridgeport, WICC FM Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
From ABC News, I'm Michelle Franzen. In Western Colombia, the death toll jumping by the hour following a 7.4 magnitude earthquake. The government officials now say at least 111 people have died. Here's ABC's Lama Hassan.
Posting on social media, the governor of Choco region, where the epicenter of the quake is, she says that there are injuries and severe damage to some buildings, adding that they are now concerned about aftershocks. And of course, don't forget that this comes after those recent deadly twin earthquakes that hit neighboring Venezuela that has killed more than 6,100 people.
Colombia's newly elected president on X says he'll travel to help the communities impacted, including the coffee growers region. Hostilities between the U.S. and Iran intensifying over the Strait Strait of Hormuz. Iran says it will not reopen the critical waterway unless the U.S. lifts its naval blockade and also pays reparations. Here's ABC's Stephen Portnoy.
The sense generally we have here is that the administration believes that with economic pressure, Iran will somehow come around. The president put it this way in his interview with Axios yesterday: it will work out. It always works out. He said it's like a chess game. In an interview over the weekend, Vice President Vance pointed to sky-high inflation in Iran as an example of how that pressure is working. But what's so interesting is the change.
President Trump now in a social media post today demanding that Iran pay reparations for the war. In New York, federal investigators have taken over the probe into the deadly capsized boat in the harbor near the Statue of Liberty this weekend. A mother along with her 5-month-old baby were killed. The boat operator arrested and now scheduled to appear in court today. ABC's Matt Rivers has more.
The boat's operator, 46-year-old Manuel Hernandez of Manhattan, arrested at the scene. Investigators are looking into whether the trip may have been operating as an illegal charter.
A total of 14 people were on board the boat, including the captain. You're listening to ABC News.
I'm not one to say I told you so, but I switched to Pure Talk over a year ago, and ever since, I've been telling people there's no better wireless company out there. Well, a few months ago, a massive survey was conducted. 123,000 people were asked to rate their wireless carrier in 4 categories: coverage, support, data, and overall value. Well, the results are in. Guess which wireless company was the only wireless company to get 5 stars in every category? Yeah, Pure Talk. 5 stars, every category. To celebrate, Pure Talk is offering the first 3 months of any plan for just $15 a month, including their top-tier unlimited plan. No contract, no commitment, just a very inexpensive way to test drive the only American wireless company with 5 stars in every category. Just dial pound 250, say micro, and Pure Talk's U.S. customer service will take it from there. Again, pound 250 micro. And yes, I told you so.
The recall of jalapeno peppers possibly tainted with salmonella is widening. Stores including Kroger, H-E-B, Walmart, and Albertsons are rushing to remove the peppers. Taylor Farms says it got the jalapenos from Coast Citrus distributors. The FDA, we know, has already linked that company to the salmonella outbreak. It's made 375 people sick across 27 states. Taylor Farms, that company linked to a record cyclosporiasis outbreak, is also recalling additional foods with jalapenos like guacamole and salsa. ABC News medical correspondent Dr. Darian Sutton has more on how to reduce your risk of foodborne illnesses.
Making sure that you're following those food safety guidelines, cleaning your high-touch surfaces, making sure that you're washing your hands, and cleaning and rinsing fruits and vegetables.
2 new cyber incidents involving public systems have now been reported.
In Suisun City in the San Francisco Bay Area, a state of emergency has been declared after malicious software infected computers that run 911 call routing, police and fire dispatch, city services, and records. The city saying to contain the threat and preserve evidence, it shut down its entire IT network. In Oregon, the state is now confirming a cyber incident in July that included unauthorized access to technology used by a drinking water provider, and the state is assessing any impact on public systems in Oregon. Alex Stone, ABC News.
Federal investigators say Iran may be behind earlier incidents reported across multiple states. Michelle Franzen, ABC News.
In a recent survey of 123,000 wireless customers, Pure Talk was the only wireless company to receive 5 stars in every category: coverage, support, value, and data. What else do you need to know? Switch to Pure Talk today and get any plan, including their top shelf unlimited data plan, for just $15 a month for your first 3 months. No contract, no commitment. Dial pound 250, say micro, and let Pure Talk's U.S. customer service team help you make the switch.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Authorities say a shooting on Sunday in Bridgeport is the city's 6th homicide this year. It happened around 1 a.m. behind the Gary Crooks Memorial Center on Bostwick Avenue. The victim has been identified as 46-year-old Johnny L. Nesmith. Police say the Hamden native was shot multiple times outside one of the buildings on the property. Investigators say there was a crowd around Nesmith as the shooting occurred. and they are asking witnesses to come forward. Connecticut Democratic Senator Richard Blumenthal is calling on Congress to take action against the growing spread of spotted lanternflies in Connecticut, warning that the invasive insects pose a serious threat to the state's agriculture and environment. State entomologist Victoria Smith spoke with WTNH-TV News 8 about what to do if you should encounter one.
Basically, see it, smash it. They're just too prolific. They're too good of a stowaway. They're too good of a hitchhiker. And so we really can't, we're not stopping this one. But what we can do is learn to live with it.
Blumenthal is pushing for more federal resources to help states monitor and control the pest, which can cause damage to crops and trees and has already been found in communities across Connecticut. The senator says federal support is needed because the insects don't respect state borders and can spread quickly, making early detection and coordinated efforts critical. And tomorrow is primary day in Connecticut. Governor Ned Lamont is facing a primary challenge from Connecticut Democratic State Representative Josh Elliott of Hamden. It's the first time in 5 decades that a current governor is facing a primary challenge. Recent polls have shown Lamont with a more than 30-digit lead over Elliott. The Democratic nominee will then take on Republican nominee Greenwich State Senator Ryan Fazio in November. In the meantime, 1st District Democratic Congressman John Larson is facing a primary challenge against 3 opponents, which include former Hartford Mayor Luke Bronin. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Route 7 northbound, an accident between Bennett's Farm Road and Stars Plain Road. 84 westbound, ongoing construction between exits 9 and 8 in the right lane. Route 8 southbound, lane running construction, exit 15 down to 12B. And 91 southbound, more construction, exits 3 down to 2. Stay to the left to get through. Traffic report is powered by MJ Thomas Jewelers. Looking to buy or sell gold? Visit MJ Thomas Jewelers in Stratford for expert service and great deals. Their knowledgeable staff is there to assist with all your gold needs. For more information, visit MJThomas.com. I'm Andrew Krause, WICC Traffic.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Miller Nissan of Fairfield weather update.
A few showers or a thunderstorm this evening, otherwise clearing after midnight. Here is 70. Tomorrow is sunny and warm in the mid-80s. On Wednesday, sunny with a high again in the mid-80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
So, do you trust Governor Ned Lamont? Do you think he's being sincere when he wants cities and towns to stop any further expansion or new use of automated license plate readers? We've heard that from the governor right now. We've heard it from Bob Duff, very powerful Democratic State Senate member from Norwalk. We've heard it from Jim Maroney in Milford, who's probably hearing it from his constituents. I get it. I understand it. But we just passed. Did you know that Connecticut Public Act 2614 was passed? It already caps data retention at 21 days by default, down from 30 days unless it's tied to an active criminal investigation. It restricts, says here, real-time and bulk data access to documented case-specific requests. So in other words, you can only go after this info if you're following up on a case. Makes sense, right? It prohibits using license plate reader data for immigration enforcement or reproductive and gender-affirming healthcare investigations. Now, I understand you don't want to start going after women who are going to have an abortion. I understand that. I agree with that. As far as immigration enforcement, yeah, they probably put that in there because then if that happened with the license plate reader data, a lot of lawns wouldn't get cut, if you know what I mean. Oh, relax. It was a joke. Not really. It limits data sharing exclusively to neighboring states. So that means we already tell our police here you can only share this data with Massachusetts, Rhode Island, and New York. All right? And it already punishes police officer data misuse as a Class D felony could land a cop trailing their ex-girlfriend or ex-boyfriend, for example, up to 5 years in jail and a $5,000 fine. All right, so that's already in there. So what else does the governor want? See, I know the temptation is out there for you to be, I finally agree with Lamont on something, or I finally agree with the Democrats on something. Do you? What are they going to do? Because the minute they take this up legislatively, you know who's going to be all over them? The NAACP. Oh, could you limit these cameras in certain census and socioeconomic areas? Folks, trust me, they're going to do this. And then you know what the Democrats will do? They'll say, well, okay, we'll allow these cameras in cities and towns, but it's got to be by population. So they will. Now, I don't know they will, but they will. They will try and look like the white knights here, and they're going to handcuff your local police. Trust me on this. Now, the temptation would be for me to believe that they're just going to put more data retention sorts of protections in there, which would be fine if they're legitimate. But their constituency is going to demand more, and they're going to say, well, you shouldn't put cameras in this part of town. Well, why is that? Well, no, I don't know. Tell me. You trying to protect crooks and criminals? I mean, like I said, there are people that don't want Bridgeport to use a shot spotter system. That's happening all around the country too. Do you know that? A lot of, and I'm doing my air quotes, a lot of minority rights group. They don't like shot spotter. They don't like drones. They don't like cameras. Folks, do not trust what would go on in Hartford. There are already a first set of protections in there. They will do with these cameras what they've done with the Trust Act. They've updated the Trust Act 2 or 3 times because they kiss the rear ends at the altar of illegals, and then all of a sudden people say, well, how is that person still in the country? I don't know. Ask your state legislator, your state senator, or your state House rep. How do they vote on the Trust Act? Volumes 1, 2, and 3. And again, I understand the governor may be trying to be hall monitor here, and I get it. That's part of his job. But when I hear people like Bob Duff and I hear people like Jim Maroney and everybody saying, well, we're going to draft new protections. What has to be drafted that already is in there that you didn't do the first time? I know you're upset about these cameras. I know you are. But to rely on anybody in Hartford to do anything that won't hamstring the cops, I'm sorry, this is the wrong move. I listen. So what do you want to do? Well, I think it should be a city by city or a town by town thing. The people in those cities and towns, they know the good neighborhoods. They know the bad neighborhoods. They know who the bad guys are. They know who the good guys are. They can work with the cops and say, okay, we don't need a camera there, but let's put one over there. But anytime you would have anything done statewide by, some sort of, imprimatur or executively, no. Do not, don't let them turn your anger at these cameras into hamstringing your local police. Because trust me, that's what they'll likely do.
Right now, there's one bluefish swimming in Long Island Sound. And this summer, it could make you $25,000 richer. The 44th annual WICC Surfside Hotel Greatest Bluefish Tournament on Earth, driven by Stevens, Ford, Lincoln, and Milford, is August 29th and 30th. Land the heaviest bluefish that weekend to reel in $25,000. There's over $40,000 in cash prizes total. Sign up now at bluefishtournament.com or at your local bait and tackle shop. We'll see you on the Sound. Thanks to Water Doctor, Bridgeport Harbor Marina and Little Pub.
Looking for the lowest price on Continental tires? Go to Town Fair Tire and get the guaranteed lowest price on any Continental tire you choose. Plus, Town Fair Tire gives you the most free services for life. That's more free services than any other tire dealer. For the guaranteed lowest price and the most free services for life on your Continental tires, nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
The Adventures of Medicare Man, presented by Vontel Insurance. Episode 4. Medicare Man is back from vacation and preparing for open enrollment. You should be too. How, you ask? Put together a list of your doctors and medications and make your appointment with Vontel Insurance now. October 15th is coming. Are you ready? Go to VontelInsurance.com to schedule your free consultation in their new Trumbull location. Don't wait or you might be late. Call now. Open enrollment is coming. Get prepared.
A cancer diagnosis comes with so many questions. Should you get a second opinion? What's the right treatment? How do you tell your kids? You don't need more questions in your life. You need world-class cancer care here in Fairfield County. That's why Stamford Health collaborates with Dana-Farber Brigham Cancer Center, ranked number 3 nationally for cancer care. Your search for answers stops when our care for you starts. Stamford Health.
Hi, I'm Noah, and I'm 8 years old and live with my mom and sister. When school's in, I get breakfast and lunch. Sometimes it's the best part of my day. Summer means those meals go away. There's many days we go to bed hungry. Did you know 1 in 4 kids in our area lives in poverty like us? Because of friends like you, the Bridgeport Rescue Mission has really helped feed us when we can't afford food. Will you please be my hero and donate to BridgeportRescueMission.org?
Here's a pickle. You're running a quick errand when another driver runs a red light and crashes right into you. Now you're facing medical bills, missed work, and pressure from insurance companies. You shouldn't have to deal with that alone.
Hi, I'm Alan Pickell of the Pickell Law Firm. Since 1990, we've been helping Connecticut clients recover compensation after devastating injuries.
If you're in a pickle, call Pickell at 475-4PICKELL because results matter. PickellLaw.com.
Join the Voice of Connecticut and City of Bridgeport Standard Oil and Propane Backpack Give Back, 999 Broad Street, Bridgeport, Saturday, 10 to 1. Thanks to Abriola Parkview Funeral Home.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Route 7 northbound, an accident between Bennett's Farm Road and Stars Plain Road. 84 westbound, ongoing construction between exits 9 and 8 in the right lane. Route 8 southbound, lane running construction, exit 15 down to 12B. And 91 southbound, more construction, exits 3 down to 2. Stay to the left to get through. Traffic report is powered by MJ Thomas Jewelers. Looking to buy or sell gold? Visit MJ Thomas Jewelers in Stratford for expert service and great deals. Their knowledgeable staff is there to assist with all your gold needs. For more information, visit MJThomas.com. I'm Andrew Krause, WICC Traffic.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Miller Nissan of Fairfield weather update.
Tonight will feature early showers or a thunderstorm clearing after midnight near 70. Tomorrow is sunny and warm in the mid-80s. On Wednesday, sunny with a high again in the mid-80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Milford's live and local news source for 100 years. The voice of Connecticut, WICC 695.9.
2, 3, 4. All right, 203. 333-9422, Governor Ned Lamont. That's our question of the day, by the way. We'll get into some other stuff coming up. I've got an expert from ABC News coming on about, we're worried now about lettuce and avocados or what. See, I'm telling you, you know where you won't get that cyclosporin, whatever it is? Donuts, eh? A nice little blueberry frosted from our friends at Dunkin'. Oh, yeah, you see, there's no Sporidius or whatever it is there, see? Yeah. Pork rinds. You never hear of, do pork rinds ever get recalled? No. Right? So we'll talk about that and our pal Terry Cowgill from Substack.com and the Connecticut News Junkie coming up as well. It's a Monday. So Terry's our usual Monday comment. Plus, oh, yes, Chris Murphy was on national television, the Senator Murphy from Connecticut, some interesting things he had to say. Also, I've got some pretty good audio clip from Mr. Abdul El Sayed, who may be the next member of the progressive end of the Democratic Party, getting interviewed on Sunday about taxes and going after people with money. So we'll talk about that as well. 203-333-9422. Do you agree with Governor Ned Lamont's call for cities and towns to stop, pause, halt the installations of any new automated license plate readers? Trust me, they will go on. They'll go beyond just when you could put these in. They will dictate how many your city or town can have. I'm telling you this because they've already passed a bunch of protections, most of which make sense. But this is, and I know a lot of you people are PO to this, do not let the legislature F around with the safety of your city and town. Because the minute they get their claws on it, the NAACP, the ACLU, Latino this, immigrants this, the CCLU, and they will try and override your local police department and commission. Trust me on this. I've seen it too often in 40-something years of doing this. Jeff in Southington. Jeff, good afternoon. How are you?
Hi, Paul. So I'm mostly with you on the issue of the flock cameras.
Yeah.
Because I would like to see crime reduced, and I think the revenue that the cities would gain from this would actually help to reduce the property tax burden for everybody who obeys the law.
Now, wait a minute.
So
Wait, hold on just seconds. Just so you know, Jeff, just so we're straight, the flock cameras don't generate revenue. Those are the speed cameras. So you have two different things here. The flock cameras read license plates. The speed cameras actually send you and me tickets. Yeah.
Okay. I'm in favor of both of them.
Okay.
But I am a little concerned about the ability of, certain people like, police department members. I've read a story recently about a chief who. Yeah. So, and I know your response to that is, okay, they can be punished, which I think we should, punish anybody who abuses that data to the full extent of the law. But what I'm concerned about, and I don't know what the best answer to this is, how is there a system in place to monitor that so people don't abuse that data?
From what I understand, Jeff, and thank you for the call, I appreciate it. Thanks. From what I understand, Jeff, from what I understand, the flock system allows everything from unfettered access to anybody who wants to look at all the data anytime, down to very specific access. From what I understand, it's cloud storage. So much the way at a workplace, certain people can access certain things, transfer folders, data, retention, active investigations. Flock can be set up, or these other companies can also have it set up where, there's only one officer, for example, or one or two officers who would have that data anytime. And if they're not on duty and they're actively chasing somebody, I'm reading in certain municipalities around the country, there has to be a ranking command officer who would, log in and say, okay, look at what you have to look at. So to people who, like our last caller, were wondering, the system can be anywhere from wide stinking open to very specific, down to where you would need multiple authentications to get in. And most of it is stored in a cloud. I think they use AWS. I think Flock uses Amazon Web Services. I think. Much the way the FBI does and some other operations as well. But I understand the concern there. Yeah, you got to get the concerns right. If you lose the trust of people, then you're screwed. Then the criminals are really laughing. Poor Jeff, New York, across the water. Ian, what's up, my friend? How are you?
Hey, Paul. Listen to you regularly. Don't always agree with you, but really enjoy it always.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah, I think similar to the last caller, I agree that, crime prevention is important. But how much do you know? Like from what you were just saying, I get the sense that you know some, but how much do you really know about flock safety?
About the company itself? I mean, nothing more than I've read. You know, the CEO's been out there because he's trying to save his business, frankly. So he's been all over the place. And I guess now, Ian, there are a couple of more companies out there. I don't know what the chief... I saw some trucks around here, and I think there are companies that are saying, hey, we can do exactly what Flock does, but we're better with data, and we're not going to sell it. So, you know.
I probably don't trust that any more than I trust Flock, but here's the thing.
Yeah.
The Flock cameras specifically right now, and these other companies could branch off and do this too.
Okay.
They're not just reading license plates. They know your car. They know your face. They know your bumper stickers. They build a profile on you. They track all of your movements. And it doesn't matter how long it's been. They, the company, keep that information forever. And any government entity can pay to see it whenever they want. And by the way, they've been compromised security-wise multiple times.
Yeah.
The public can see it.
Yeah. Ian, I do have to run. Thank you, sir. Listen, thanks for the kind words, too. I agree with it. Listen, no system is safe. My only case here, Ian, I know you're in Port Jeff, and I take the ferry every so often. My son's mom lives 10 minutes from the ferry dock, so I'm down there 3 or 4 times a year. Listen. My concern is, and I don't know what your concern would be if the New York State Assembly got involved in this, but knowing how things work up in beautiful Hartford under the Capitol Dome, I would rather have licensed consultants who understand IT working on this rather than some of the people that I've been watching in the Connecticut General Assembly.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Route 7 northbound, an accident between Bennett's Farm Road and Stars Plain Road. 84 westbound, going construction between exits 9 and 8 in the right lane. Route 8 southbound, lane running construction, exit 15 down to 12B. And 91 southbound, more construction, exits 3 down to 2. Stay to the left to get through. Traffic report is powered by MJ Thomas Jewelers. Looking to buy or sell gold? Visit MJ Thomas Jewelers in Stratford for expert service and great deals. Their knowledgeable staff is there to assist with all your gold needs. For more information, visit MJThomas.com. And that's Kraus WICC traffic.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Miller Nissan of Fairfield weather update.
A few showers or a thunderstorm this evening, otherwise clearing after midnight near 70. Tomorrow, sunny and warm in the mid-80s. On Wednesday, sunny with a high again in the mid-80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Hi, this is David from Standard Oil. Do you know why Standard Oil was voted best oil company in Connecticut? Great service, day or night. If you have a heating emergency at 2 a.m., Standard Oil has service technicians who work through the night to ensure fast response to heating emergencies, usually within 2 hours. Most importantly, great service means truly knowledgeable technicians who care about customers. For great service, day or night, call Standard Oil or visit us online at standardoil.com.
Ever notice that feeling your worst also seems to happen at the worst time in the worst places? Like sudden nausea at 9 p.m. when you're out of town. Really? Now? Fortunately, with Hartford Healthcare's HHC 24/7 app, you can get answers, diagnosis, prescriptions, even speak live with clinicians anytime, anywhere. So maybe there's never a good time to be sick, but at least the best care's always there. Download the app at your app store or hhc247.org.
Stop your grinding with Brooks Night Guard. Are you waking up in the morning with a sore jaw, headaches, ringing in your ears, all because you're grinding and clenching your teeth at night? That's exactly what was going on with me. I ended up going to a dentist, and he wants to charge over $600 for a night guard. That's when I found the Brooks Night Guard. You mold it at home to the top or bottom teeth. Other mouth guards go all the way to the back, which allows the back teeth to touch. This is where most of the grinding and clenching occurs. The Brooks Night Guard redirects the bite force away from the back teeth, reducing jaw pain while still protecting the teeth. This unique design is what makes Brooks Night Guard different from all other traditional grind guards. Order your Brooks Night Guard today and get 10% off plus free shipping. Go to brooksnightguard.com and enter the code BRUX91. That's BRUX91.
Stop your grinding with Brooks Night Guard.
All right, I'll try. I don't grind. I just sit there and snore. No, just kidding. News coming up a lot more right here on WICC.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
ABC News, I'm Michelle Franzen. At the White House, President Trump signing an executive order recommending childhood vaccine schedules for measles, mumps, and rubella, or MMR, be split into 3 separate shots. President Trump EO also recommends child immunization protection for 11 diseases. That's a decrease from 18 diseases recommended by the CDC in 2024.
Vaccinations for hepatitis B, COVID-19, and influenza, among others, are no longer recommended for all children. In addition, this executive order directs the Attorney General to advance legal challenges against states that violate children's rights to religious or medical vaccination exemptions.
The move is expected to garner backlash from top medical health groups. In Western Colombia, at least 111 people are dead following a major earthquake. Officials say the death toll will likely rise due to collapsed buildings in the Choco region. And on Wall Street, stocks are down this hour.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Thousands of Eversource and United Illuminating customers were without power from weekend storms. At its peak on Friday, more than 15,000 customers experienced outages. More than 8,600 power outages were reported around 8 a.m. on Saturday. Strong thunderstorms on Friday night brought 60-mile-per-hour winds in some places. The search for a missing swimmer in Milford has been suspended. The Milford Fire Department says the search in the area of Silver Sands State Park and Charles Island was suspended pending further credible information. Officials say the search will resume if they receive reports of a missing person in the area. Governor Ned Lamont is calling for police to review their automated license plate reader technology programs. Many cities in the state are canceling contracts or letting them expire with the company Flock after concerns started, including this interaction from a Board of Aldermen meeting in Milford last week regarding the data collected and what it's used for.
We've been told that Flock focuses on stolen vehicles, violent criminals, and missing people, but Milford's portal has shown searches labeled failed to yield, suspicious activity, anonymous tip, suspicious mail. That is broader than the narrow description residents were given.
The real issue is that these cameras are most likely in violation of the Fourth Amendment. Okay?
Lamont is asking for more information over the next month about the types of technologies used, permissible use under state law, issues with the Trust Act and Shield Law, and recommendations for new policy adaptations. Lamont acknowledges that the equipment is intended to keep towns and roads safe. Law enforcement agencies say the technology has helped them track down stolen vehicles and missing persons. There is a GOP congressional bill requiring federal agents to obtain a warrant to access Flock's data. Trumbull officials are working on a new ordinance to regulate e-bikes and motorized scooters as complaints about reckless riding by teenagers and children continue to increase. Residents have reported close calls on roads, sidewalks, parks, and the Pequannock River Valley Rail Trail, where e-bikes are already prohibited. The town is also considering whether parents could face fines for violations, while a nearly $5,000 state grant has been used to provide helmets and safety education. Officials hope to balance safety with young people's ability to enjoy e-bikes and expect to bring a proposed ordinance forward soon. Candidates are making their final push to voters with the primary election set to take place on Tuesday. The Democratic race for governor between incumbent Ned Lamont and Hamden State Representative Josh Elliott, along with the four-way race for the U.S. House in the state's 1st District, are the two races that have garnered the most attention in the lead-up.
Come a long way, but the job's not done. Let's keep Connecticut moving forward together.
Let's actually make healthcare, childcare, housing, and energy affordable.
In the congressional race, 14-term incumbent Representative John Larson is facing former Hartford Mayor Luke Bronin, who is endorsed by the state's Democratic Party. State Representative Jillian Gilchrist of West Hartford and Hartford School Board member Ruth Fortune are also on the ballot. Polls are open from 6 a.m. to 8 p.m. on Election Day. Firefighters helped rescue a child who got stuck in a potty training seat last week. The Westport Fire Department says firefighters used, quote, minimally invasive techniques to remove the child from the training seat without injuries. The fire department says they undergo extensive training to remove people from all sorts of entrapments. The department said on Facebook the boy was, quote, all smiles once he was safely extracted. And the Darien Little League fended off elimination in the Metro Regional with a 6-2 win over Rhode Island on Sunday. After a loss to New Jersey on Saturday, Darien rallied in an elimination game against Rhode Island to advance to the semifinals. Alex Abelson and Charlie McLean both launched RBI hits for Darien in the win. They will face the loser of Monday's game between New York and New Jersey on Wednesday at 5 p.m. in Bristol. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, about a 40-minute ride from Stamford through Fairfield. Worst of it is going to Norwalk. Fairfield Parkway is even easier. New Haven, 95 south, you're on the brakes through Long Wharf going into West Haven, and 84 east and westbound busy but moving in Danbury going into the Super 7. And that's Kraus WICC traffic.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Miller Nissan of Fairfield weather update.
Tonight will feature early showers or a thunderstorm clearing after midnight near 70. Tomorrow is sunny and warm in the mid-80s. On Wednesday, sunny with a high again in the mid-80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
If Bridgeport is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Yes, 203-333-9422-333 WICC. Once again, 203-333-9422-333 WICC. All right, we're going to do a little edition here. We'll do the first edition this week because I don't know. This is like abstract painting when we do this. Like, I don't know what's going to hit me when we do another edition of Chris Reads the News, which allows me to add my little. Because if you notice, I'm not like some other hosts who like to talk during the newscast because I believe in the sanctity of the top and bottom of the hour newscast here. But every so often I say, okay, I got to say something about that. So we will now do the part of the program called Chris Reads the News again. So his pain in the arse host here that he works with 5 days a week and mumbles about me. Hey, no. We get along fine most of the time. No, this way now I can actually interrupt him because there's no newscast here. So, Chris, you had an interesting story about some of the biggest pains in the ass that we've had here, e-bikes. Go ahead, sir.
Trumbull officials are working on a new ordinance to regulate e-bikes and motorized scooters.
Good.
As complaints about reckless riding by teenagers and children continue to increase.
Yes, because one of the worst things Connecticut ever did was allow those damn e-bikes to be sold. And if you agree with me, feel free to call 333-9422. Yes, look, some of the kids are nice. A lot of the kids are idiots. Continue.
Residents have reported close calls on roads, sidewalks, parks, and the Pequannock River Valley Rail Trail where e-bikes are already prohibited.
Well, yeah, and I'm not in Trumbull, but how many times I almost hit some kid in my car if somebody zooms past me because they're being pains in the ass on e-bikes. Go ahead.
The town is also considering whether parents could face fines for violations.
Yes, do it. Go ahead.
While a nearly $5,000 state grant has been used to provide helmets and safety education.
Well, that's good. Good. Yes, wear your helmet, kids, even though you're being a pain in the rear. But go ahead, yes.
Officials hope to balance safety with young people's ability to enjoy e-bikes and expect to bring a proposed ordinance forward soon.
Now, you know who I thank you, Chris. That was a wonderful second reading, my interpretive newscast there. You like that? No, seriously. Of older kids when you get to 15, 16, 17, when you're tickling adulthood, the e-bikes are fine. But come on, and just admit it. You agreed with what I just said, right? Especially for some of these younger kids. Now, if you read a lot about this and talk to police, you know who and I'm not talking about any police maybe quoted in this story, but you know who the fault is here with a lot of these? The parents. You know why? Because they don't have to schlep Johnny and Mary around to Little League practice or softball practice or football practice. Now, I understand that can be, or competitive cheer or whatever kids are into these days. I get it. I understand it. But come on. Come on. One of the worst decisions ever made in the history of mankind was to let some of these younger kids on e-bikes. Well, you never rode your bike when you were a kid? No, that's it. I rode a bicycle. By the way, when is the last time you saw any group of kids? When was the last time you saw any group of kids riding actual bicycles? It's either e-bikes or nothing. And it's sad when these kids are getting hurt. But these parents, your mom and dad, it's your fault. Because you like this, because you don't have to schlep little Johnny or Mary to their, measles party or whatever wacko thing you're into these days. But it's freedom. Yeah, you know what? Freedom shouldn't have a motor on it till you get to about, 15 or 16, but that's just me. Well, you sound like an angry old man. That's what I am. Harding in Norwalk is here. Harding, good afternoon. How are you?
Fine. I got comments on two subjects.
Yes, sir. Go right ahead.
One is when we had this election, especially with Lamont and his TV ads saying, we're here for you. We're going to take care of everything.
Yeah.
They've had control since I've been in this state.
40 plus years. Yeah, 40 years. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
And we're number 47 and 48 in most things.
Yeah.
Second thing is when it comes to Lamont and the Hartford, I agree with you about them screwing things up when just before they signed that Glock ban.
Yeah.
I wrote to both he and Bob Duff, who's my senator, and quoted to them the exact same bill that was passed out west and went to the Supreme Court and was declared unconstitutional.
Yep.
So a week before he signed it, he knew it was an unconstitutional bill, and he didn't care. He's playing to his little audience.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Harding, I get it. Harding, I do have to run. Thank you. Listen, good points there. And again, the same party has been in control virtually for around about, give or take a year or two, 40 years, 4 decades, 2 generations. And yet people continue to vote for them over and over and over again to the point where they must know nothing is going to change because nothing does. We spend more and more and more and more every year. We have the highest paid state employees in the country. We have we're top 3 or 4 in cost per pupil in public education. We're top 2 or 3 in electricity costs. We pass these nonsensical gun bills that no criminal cares about, and we sit there and we puff out our chest. Oh, we're doing such a great job. Such a great job. And let's see how much more we can stick it to you on your electric bill.
In the real estate ecosystem, trust and transparency create harmony. But one elusive species disrupts this balance, the rogue agent. Their secrecy with off-market listings leave home buyers confused, frustrated, and inventory starved. And that's bad news for sellers too. With Smart MLS, over 20,000 realtors unite, creating more demand, offers, and better results. Ask your agent if your home is on Smart MLS.
Still using the I got a guy approach for your digital marketing? Relying on one person in today's rapidly shifting online landscape is costing you more in lost opportunities. You need the deep bench expertise of Conrex Digital. We provide more than just a presence. We deliver results. From high converting websites and SEO to engaging social content and lead generation on Google and Meta, we handle it all. Dominate your competition with expert programmatic and streaming TV campaigns. Bold marketing, real results. Visit conrexdigital.com. Conrex Digital makes it happen.
I'm not one to say I told you so, but I switched to Pure Talk over a year ago, and ever since, I've been telling people there's no better wireless company out there. Well, a few months ago, a massive survey was conducted. 123,000 people were asked to rate their wireless carrier in 4 categories: coverage, support, data, and overall value. Well, the results are in. Guess which wireless company was the only wireless company to get 5 stars in every category? Yeah, Pure Talk. 5 stars, every category. To celebrate, Pure Talk is offering the first 3 months of any plan for just $15 a month, including their top-tier unlimited plan. No contract, no commitment, just a very inexpensive way to test drive the only American wireless company with 5 stars in every category. Just dial pound 250, say micro, and Pure Talk's U.S. customer service will take it from there. Again, pound 250 micro. And yes, I told you so.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
95 northbound, about a 40-minute ride from Stanford to Fairfield. Worst of it is going to Norwalk. Fairfield Parkway is even easier. New Haven, 95 south, you're on the brakes through Long Wharf, going into West Haven and 84. East and westbound busy, but moving in Danbury, going into the Super 7. I'm Edge Krause, WICC traffic.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Miller Nissan of Fairfield weather update.
A few showers or a thunderstorm this evening, otherwise clearing after midnight near 70. Tomorrow sunny and warm in the mid-80s. On Wednesday, sunny with a high again in the mid-80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Grab your smartphone and get our app so you don't miss any of the conversation. Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli continues on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. So these e-bikes, I've had enough of them. I look, and I know kids want to get around, and I understand that, but bravo for what Trumbull is doing. You know, holding the parents liable. I mean, I don't know but what the family dynamics are. You may have a split family there. Mom gave me the e-bike. No, dad gave me the e-bike. And listen, I'm not against kids being mobile here. But, I mean, after a while, geez, I can't tell you how many times I've been, you know, taking my my nightly or semi-nightly walks out there. And, I have headphones on. No, I don't crank them as loud as possible to drown the world out. I understand that there are safety considerations that I have to be responsible for as well. But come on, geez. Kids flying, a lot of them not wearing arm protection or wrist protection or helmets or whatever. And again, a lot of this lays at the feet of moms and dads because they don't want to schlep their kids around. And I'm not saying it's a comment on their parenting. I'm not. Because I remember going to Little League practice on my bike and locking it up when I got there and everything. I understand that. I get it. But when was the last time you actually saw, and I was trying to think of it today coming in, knowing this was in the news, but when was the last time you actually saw any of the following? Any of the following, right? You ready for this? Kids riding bikes. Just maybe 2 or 3, maybe in the past. You never see it. You never see it anymore. You see the e-bikes. I get it. I understand it. How about kids playing, a group of guys or gals playing what we used to do, tennis ball, baseball in a street? When was the last time you saw that? I mean, you really, now I know there are hundreds of thousands and millions of kids around the world that play everything from t-ball to Youth League, to Babe Ruth, to Little League, go Darien. We'll see what happens with them. Do you ever see that? Remember, one of you would yell car, and you'd have to get out of the way, and the car would pass, and you went back to playing. You don't see that anymore? Same thing with a great way to injure yourself, right? Football, touch football in the street. You don't see that anymore. And how often do you not see any games of street hockey out there, too, where many of us took a puck to the vital area before we realized they make cups for that. Present company included on that. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. And look, I can get the e-bike thing when you get to be 15, 16, or 17, but, some of these kids, and the motorized skateboards, too. And it's not just me saying it. Listen to what all the emergency room doctors and the first responders are saying about it, too. Now, yeah, we got hurt on bikes, too. You could fall, but the speed that some of these things go. And by the way, I neglected to say it because I usually say it about once a year. You people who ride regular bicycles, okay? Not powered kind. You people who do the whole 10-speed thing, and you got the tight black shorts, and it's your own little Tour de France. I get it. I understand that. God bless you. My goal is to lose another 30 or 40 pounds and get back on a bicycle, okay? God bless you. Seriously. But understand something, and I say this every year, and I've caught flack for it, but I'm going to say it again. Just because you can ride a bike on a road doesn't mean you should. I'm including, once again, and people have asked, what road are you talking about? There's practically no shoulder on the road that runs in front of my condo. So, yet, we see people on bikes all the time riding there that if they fell over and somebody was not giving them a wide enough berth, they would instantly be killed. Why are you riding a bicycle on that road? Seriously, what is the thing with you cyclists that you ride bicycles where there's no room for error on roads? I mean, literally, this road, Route 150 in Wallingford, you know what I'm talking about here. There's just two lanes, one going one way, one going the other. There's no room for bicyclists on that road. Yes, at least once or twice a week. In the nice weather especially, out even some bad days, even some of the rain out there too, but, once or twice a week, I've got to be careful. I slow down to a crawl, which I always respect bicyclists. I really do. I know that one twitch on the wheel, or if they hit a rock or a pebble, they could go down. So I crawl past them. Either way, east or west, north or south. But having said that, ask yourselves, hey, should I be riding my bicycle on this road? Because you get in your own, you all think it's the Tour de France. And come on, even you people that ride bikes, you know what I'm talking about. You understand what I'm talking about. So please, just because you can ride a bicycle somewhere doesn't mean you should. Have a little consideration. Well, I've got to go. Well, there's always another way to go. Or maybe you don't ride your bike there. How about that, huh? And if you're riding on a nature trail, like I walk the Farmington Canal line a lot of times, if you're riding on a nature trail, slow down. I know you have a boring life during the week and you're probably stuck at some ridiculous desk job that pays the bills, but you hate it. So you're cycling on the weekend as your release. I get it. That's great. You'll probably outlive me by 50 years. But you know what? Slow the freak down. And if any of you folks out there have, encountered these people, you know what I'm talking about. They ride in packs. They're like animals. And they have their racing caps, and they have their little side view mirrors that they wear off their glasses. I'm sorry. I don't mean to be a jerk here, but come on. Slow down. You're zooming by elderly people. You're zooming by, guys and gals, young parents walking their, with the stroller out there and kids. And again, you're at such an excessive speed that if you get a little twitch there, or you hit a rust, or you hit a rock that you don't see, you're going to kill someone. So try not to do that. I haven't been on a bike in a while, but last time I did have a bike, it had brakes. Now, I know that may be, braking, slowing down may be termed colonialism. I know that. Maybe it's my white privilege. I don't know. Maybe I'm just the Sophie Cunningham of talk radio.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
95 northbound, about a 40-minute ride from Stanford through Fairfield. Worst of it is going to Norwalk. Fairfield Parkway is even easier. New Haven, 95 south. You're on the brakes through Long Wharf going into West Haven, and 84. East and westbound busy but moving in Danbury going into the Super 7. I'm Nash Krause, WICC traffic.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Miller Nissan of Fairfield weather update.
Tonight will feature early showers or a thunderstorm clearing after midnight near 70. Tomorrow is sunny and warm in the mid-80s. On Wednesday, sunny with a high again in the mid-80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
Do you owe back taxes or have unfiled tax returns? The IRS won't quit until they get your money. Here's great news, fresh from those in the know. Major changes have happened at the IRS. If you owe more than $10,000, you may be eligible for a 99% reduction of what you owe. Haven't filed a return for a while? Their happy clients are talking.
The IRS was going to levy my bank account, but Guardian was able to prevent that and fix all my IRS issues. Thanks again, Guardian Tax.
Need relief from crushing tax debt? The IRS now has special programs. Guardian Tax knows all about them. Personal or business, this is the fresh new brick you've been hoping for.
We aren't the company you call when you need a hug because you're scared of the IRS. Guardian Tax is the company that wins when you need it most.
Guardian Tax Service is really great to work with. They really help me out. I'd recommend them highly.
Call now for a free confidential consultation. 800-499-1424. 800-499-1424. 800-499-1424.
Back to the news and talk. Thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli.
Hey, coming up in about an hour and 20 minutes or so, our pal, Terry Cowgill from the Connecticut News Junkie and also from Substack.com. He's also got stuff filed on Threads right now, so a multi-platform journalist, Terry is. We'll get his thoughts on the LA. By the way, primary day tomorrow. Now, there was no early voting today. So you got the big Democratic gubernatorial primary, a primary that just about everybody thinks Ned Lamont's going to win. I want to see what the margin is. So, again, I'm going 65 to 35 Governor Lamont here. I think probably with the 25% that Josh Elliott made the primary with, he's probably picked up about another 10% or so. So, if Josh Elliott tickles 40%, maybe a little over, I'd be surprised. I honestly would. And maybe that's one reason why Governor Lamont's campaign is, and his surrogates out there are, like Tony Walker, like Brendan Sharkey, really dropping the hammer here. So again, if you are a registered Democrat, or there's some other lower level Democratic and Republican primaries as well. In fact, we'll go over those coming up later on in the show. Make sure you vote. If you did, and if it's Bridgeport, you can vote 2 or 3 times, and you can allegedly tell somebody to change their ballot. Jeez, folks, I'm telling you, get ready. Pretty soon, we're going to have unlimited mail-in voting in the state. Now, again, the Democratic sponsors in Hartford didn't even mention the word mail-in or the hyphenated word mail-in. But again, because it's going to be unrestricted or no excuse absentee ballots, telling you we're going to see more of this, and then whomever our Secretary of the State is, they're going to be there saying, oh, but don't worry about it. No election is perfect. Okay, I guess not. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC.
WICC AM Bridgeport, WICC FM Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
From ABC News, I'm Michelle Franzen. A change in vaccine recommendations with the swipe of a pen. President Trump signing an executive order reducing the number of child vaccines for protection to 11 diseases, down from the 18 diseases recommended by the CDC in 2024. The president also recommended childhood vaccine schedules for the measles, mumps, and rubella, or MMR, be split into 3 separate shots, he says, to reduce autism risks.
At 1 year, you should have 5 separate visits for vaccines rather than getting them all in the same day.
Major medical groups, including the American Academy of Pediatrics, say that there are no studies showing a link between vaccines and autism. Talks between the U.S. and Iran remain stalled over the Strait of Hormuz, Iran demanding the U.S. lift the naval blockade and pay reparations. President Trump now says Iran should repay that for decades of terrorist-related deaths in the Middle East. ABC's Stephen Portnoy says Iran is listing its own demands for opening the critical waterway.
In past weeks, we've heard the president talk about a last chance for Iran. In recent months, since the war began in late February, he's talked about a complete surrender that he's demanded. And now you have the Iranians trying to put international pressure on the United States, on the global economy, by threatening to choke off traffic through the Strait of Hormuz, now demanding reparations and an end to the blockade.
At least 111 people have died following the massive earthquake in western Colombia today. Rescue operations underway in the city of Cali, where 20 buildings reported collapsed, leaving people trapped. The 46-year-old operator of the capsized boat this weekend near the Statue of Liberty in New York's harbor made his first court appearance. Manuel Hernandez is charged federally with negligence as a ship captain, resulting in the death, and misconduct as a ship captain, resulting in death. A mother and her 5-month-old baby were killed. 11 others were also on board. You're listening to ABC News.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Jury selection began today in the murder trial of rapper Tupac Shakur. It comes after a break in the case 3 decades after the fatal shooting of the West Coast rapper. Prosecutors alleging that the murder was a hit. ABC's Alex Stone has more.
Las Vegas prosecutors say they can prove the murder was orchestrated by one-time South LA gang leader Dwayne Davis, street name Keefe D. Davis spoke exclusively to ABC News from inside jail.
I'm innocent. I ain't killed nobody.
But for years, Davis has boasted about his alleged involvement in Shakur's murder. He even published a book admitting to his role in it, a book he now says he didn't write. Davis now pleading not guilty to 1 count of murder.
Extreme heat and dry conditions fueling dangerous wildfires across the country, leaving firefighters stretched on the front lines. Here's ABC's Kana Whitworth.
Nearly 100 large fires burning nationwide, scorching more than 3 million acres as exhausted firefighters race to contain the flames. Most of them in the West, nearly 50 in Oregon and Washington alone, while evacuations are being ordered near Reno, Nevada, as the bug fire torched more than 15,000 acres over the weekend.
In California, Jackie, the injured female bald eagle who gained worldwide attention with the birth of eaglets on a Big Bear web camera, is presumed dead. The Ojai Raptor Center in California announced that her condition continued to deteriorate after a fight. Michelle Franzen, ABC News.
In a recent survey of 123,000 wireless customers, Pure Talk was the only wireless company to receive 5 stars in every category: coverage, support, value, and data. What else do you need to know? Switch to Pure Talk today and get any plan, including their top shelf unlimited data plan for just $15 a month for your first 3 months. No contract, no commitment. Dial pound 250, say micro, and let Pure Talk's U.S. customer service team help you make the switch.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Trumbull officials are working on a new ordinance to regulate e-bikes and motorized scooters as complaints about reckless riding by teenagers and children continue to increase. Residents have reported close calls on roads, sidewalks, parks, and the Pequannock River Valley Rail Trail, where e-bikes are already prohibited. The town is also considering whether parents could face fines for violations, while a nearly $5,000 state grant has been used to provide helmets and safety education. Officials hope to balance safety with young people's ability to enjoy e-bikes and expect to bring a proposed ordinance forward soon. Candidates are making their final push to voters with the primary election set to take place on Tuesday. The Democratic race for governor between incumbent Ned Lamont and Hamden State Representative Josh Elliott, along with the four-way race for the U.S. House in the state's 1st District, are the two races that have garnered the most attention in the lead-up.
Come a long way, but the job's not done. Let's keep Connecticut moving forward together.
Let's actually make health care, child care, housing, and energy affordable.
In the congressional race, 14-term incumbent Representative John Larson is facing former Hartford Mayor Luke Bronin, who is endorsed by the state's Democratic Party. State Representative Jillian Gilchrist of West Hartford and Hartford School Board member Ruth Fortune are also on the ballot. Polls are open from 6 a.m. to 8 p.m. on Election Day. And firefighters helped rescue a child who got stuck in a potty training seat last week. The Westport Fire Department says firefighters used, quote, minimally invasive techniques to remove the child from the training seat without injuries. The fire department says they undergo extensive training to remove people from all sorts of entrapments. The department said on Facebook the boy was, quote, all smiles once he was safely extracted. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, about 40 minutes from Stamford through Fairfield. Some breaks along the way for sure. The Parkway northbound, volume plays start in Stamford as well. Upper Merritt southbound bunched up nicely going over the Sikorsky Bridge heading down to Route 8. New Haven 95 south, you're on the brakes through Long Wharf and West Haven and 84. East and westbound very busy in Danbury to and from the Super 7. I'm Matt Krause, WICC Traffic.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Miller Nissan of Fairfield weather update.
A few showers or a thunderstorm this evening, otherwise clearing after midnight near 70. Tomorrow is sunny and warm in the mid-80s. On Wednesday, sunny with a high again in the mid-80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All righty, lads and ladies, moms, dads, grandma, grandpa, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. I have a question regarding a news story that we've been hearing about. I'm going to get to it a bit later. I want to do this first and talk about today's question of the day. This we'll start with at facebook.com/voice of CT. Do you agree with Governor Ned Lamont's call for cities and towns to take a time out to pause the installations of any new automated license plate readers, right? Now, this is interesting because we kind of got a preview of this from our buddy Dan Haar at Hearst Connecticut Media last week when Bob Duff and Jim Maroney started to say this. Now, the governor is, and Dan said he wasn't surprised because he heard the Dems were getting hammered on this. Going door to door. People say, well, what can you do? Well, you know what I say? No. You don't want Hartford to you do not want anybody in Hartford who are by definition politicians to let any of their fingers or claws near this. That's just my opinion. because they will try and usurp the authority that's held by Connecticut's 169 cities and towns, and they will soften this up. They will tilt this in the favor of being patronizing toward big cities, toward deep blue areas, and they will say, well, we're going to put limits. They'll go beyond the data sharing, and they will put limits on how many cameras and plate readers you can have in a city or town. They'll do it by some sort of population ratio. Folks, I'm telling you, trust me on this. I'm sure they're already cooking this up. But what do you think of this? Chris Williams has been sifting through answers from all ends of the spectrum. Chris, what do you have for us?
Sean says the key word is pause. Pause until after the elections. Chase wants to know, Ron will be more impressed if he keeps it after the election. It's an election year from Richard. Tell the people what they want to hear, give them what they want for now, and then screw them over all once again once the election is over. Same old political playbook. John says Ryan Fazio wants them removed, so he's going to go with Ryan on this. Dave wants more cameras, not just new but all, from Camille. And Anna says everyone with meta glasses should not be worrying about cameras.
Yeah, the meta glasses are right. It is and thank you, Chris. The selective outrage we have on this is crazy. It is. Well, it's a violation of the Fourth Amendment. No, it's not. No court has said that. Now, you can say, I think it is, but these people, it's patently unconstitutional. Well, no, it's not. And I'm telling you, you can be concerned about that. I don't dissuade you from voicing any concerns, but what you don't want, trust me on this, trust Paulie on this, you don't want Hartford putting out rules, because it'll go beyond data retention. It'll be, well, in certain neighborhoods and in certain census tracts, Tracts, not Tracks, certain census tracts. We don't want that many. Well, why is that? Well, they're intimidating to people of color. Folks, I am telling you, trust me on this, because the lunacy is around the corner.
After hitting snooze 6 times today, you got up, ran out the door, sat in traffic, and by the time you reached the office, the last donut was gone. Now, head over to voiceofct.com and sign up for the City Line Florist Breakfast Brigade. We'll pick up delicious treats from Cakes by Sonia and make our way to any office in Southern Connecticut that needs us. Become the hero of your office with a WICC City Line Florist Breakfast Brigade, so the boss won't mind if you sleep in.
Bankers Life, we care about your Medicare. From confusion to clarity, Bankers Life, the call to make when making Medicare decisions.
Are you maximizing your Medicare benefits? If you're new to Medicare or have an existing plan, Bankers Life will give you the best options so you maximize your benefits. Start online at bankerslife.com. Bankers Life, your personal Medicare expert. Bankerslife.com. That's bankerslife.com.
Hi, this is Leo Carl from Carl Chevrolet in New Canaan. Last year, more consumers switched to Chevrolet than any other automotive brand. Why? With more standard passive and active safety features than any other brand, plus easy-to-use technology like wireless Apple CarPlay, Chevy simply builds in more value. And who doesn't love getting more for their money? With fresh inventory arriving daily, see for yourself at Carl Chevrolet, 261 Elm Street in New Canaan, or online at carlchevy.com.
Summer is here and it's the perfect time to visit Milford and tour Forest Hills Milford. Step inside spacious brand new apartments designed for the way you want to live. No yard work, no maintenance, no hassle. Giving you the freedom and time to do more of what you love. Forest Hills Milford, a modern 55 and over community that brings ease and comfort to everyday living. Schedule a tour today at foresthillsmilford.com and hear more about our current summer promotions. We're looking forward to meeting you.
Let's be real. With Trump in the White House, times have been tough. But in Connecticut, thankfully, we've had a governor who put his foot down and protected us from the chaos. When Donald Trump cut health coverage, Lamont capped insulin costs, canceled medical debt for working people, and restored the health care funding our families depend on. Now he's working towards universal health care. While ICE creates chaos nationwide, Governor Lamont's passed laws banning ICE from our schools and places of worship.
ICE, go home. We're keeping Connecticut safe without you.
And as Trump cut taxes for billionaires, Governor Lamont's cutting taxes for the middle class, with new plans to make sure big corporations paid their fair share.
And we're trying to make life a little less expensive for working families in the middle class.
With Trump in the White House, we need a governor with the experience and the backbone to fight back. That's Ned Lamont.
I'm Ned Lamont, candidate for governor, and I approve this message.
Paid for by Ned for CT. Approved by Ned Lamont.
What's wrong?
I had a dream. It was raining, and our basement was filling with water again.
Do you have nightmares when it rains? Wet basement? Why wait? End your basement water nightmares once and for all. Call the Basement Boss, Connecticut's waterproofing experts. Basement Boss will pinpoint where the water is coming from, give you a tailored solution, and stop your basement water nightmare. High quality, low cost. That's the Basement Boss. Wet basement? Why wait? Go to basementbossct.com.
The Surfside Hotel Greatest Bluefish Tournament on Earth's 18 and under prize provided by the Bridgeport Harbor Marina. Visit bluefishtournament.com.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, about 40 minutes from Stamford through Fairfield. Some breaks along the way for the Parkway northbound. Volume delays start in Stamford as well. Upper Merritt southbound bunched up nicely going over the Sikorsky Bridge, heading down Route 8. New Haven, 95 south. You're on the brakes through Long Wharf in West Haven, and 84 east and westbound, very busy in Danbury to and from the Super 7. I'm Matt Krause, WICC Traffic.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Miller Nissan of Fairfield weather update.
Tonight will feature early showers or a thunderstorm clearing after midnight near 70. Tomorrow is sunny and warm in the mid-80s. On Wednesday, sunny with a high again in the mid-80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
From lobster rolls to traffic on the Merritt, the news and talk continues all summer on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Yeah, back to the days of my platform shoes and double knit pants with this one, huh? Yeah, baby. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Did you catch over the weekend? And man, the scenario here is going to be simply great over the next couple of weeks. The scenario is going to be just great here over the next few weeks with this gentleman, Dr. Abdul Al-Sayed. Did you hear this guy? This is the guy that won that very contentious manner of a primary in Michigan over a sitting member of Congress, this, that, and the other. And he is now he's starting to make the rounds on the national TV circuit. And I really like this guy. I do. Dr. Abdul Al-Sayed in Michigan. Now, why would you like this? Well, I'll tell you. It's got nothing to do with him being a Muslim. I don't care. People are going to make... When it comes to religion, when it comes to what your faith is, people make their own decisions on that. And there are people that may be turned off by electing a Muslim, people who say, hey, great, it's about time. I don't care that he's a Muslim. I don't. But what the thing that I really admire about this guy, I thought Zohran Mamdani in New York was the greatest BS artist I ever heard in my life. This guy's on another level. What do I mean? Well, and let me just, and I in some way have a begrudging type of sort of wonder at politicians who can be really good and say stuff for a minute or so and say nothing. So this is Kristen Welker on NBC yesterday with Dr. Abdel Al-Sayed. And Kristen Welker asks him about campaigning with or being endorsed by, Hassan Piker, this guy who's like the left's equivalent of Joe Rogan, but he's praising communists. He said America deserved 9/11, whatever. And Piker, there's no substance to Hassan Piker. He's a stooge. He's a leftist stooge. But listen to the soft shoe here that Abdul Al-Sayed says when Kristen Welker says, and good on her, she's become a lot tougher over the past couple of years. I want you to listen, and you Democrats out there, I want you to listen to this. This may be the future of your party. A guy who was asked very clearly by Kristen Welker, hey, are you standing next to this guy Hassan Piker in the next weeks now up to the general election? 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. You tell me.
You face scrutiny for campaigning with socialist streamer Hassan Piker, who has made a series of inflammatory comments, as you well know, including saying America deserved 9/11, describing Hamas as a lesser evil than Israel. Do you plan to continue?
Yeah, by the way, Hamas is a lesser evil than Israel. You Democrats, the lefties are on the march.
You to campaign with Hassan Piker in the general election campaign?
Look, I'm less concerned now with who I'm campaigning with, a lot more concerned about who I'm campaigning to. We got a lot of work to do to continue to build the coalition that's going to beat Mike Rogers.
Would you welcome him, though? On the campaign trail with
Like I said, I'm a lot more focused on who I'm campaigning to. So I think we have this.
This is, well, you know what you're hearing here, folks? This is prime bull spit, S-P-I-T. You're hearing you can grow some beefsteak tomatoes and some nice cucumbers with the crap this guy is serving up.
Notion sometimes on shows like this that we cannot or should not talk to certain...
Oh, by the way, notions on shows like this. You know what that was? That was a blank you to Kristen Welker. Really, pal? Really? You've been popular for 5 minutes and you're going to degrade somebody, a woman, there's a shock, huh? Who was hosting one of the most watched TV news programs in the country, but you Democrats, this is the future of your party.
Groups of people. And I'll tell you that the 3 million people who listen to Hassan are people I want to make sure understand that there's a pathway into our politics.
Oh, yeah, there's a pathway for a guy who said Hamas is a lesser evil than Israel and America deserved 9/11. Yeah, we want to welcome those people. Yeah, why not? Oh, FDR is spinning in his grave.
Around getting money out of politics so we can keep money back in pockets and pass Medicare for all. And so I'm going to continue to have the conversations with those folks who we desperately need to reach out to, just like I'm going to continue to have conversations with seniors in senior homes, folks up north, folks in Detroit, folks in Grand Rapids. So again, I'm a lot more focused on who I'm campaigning to rather than who I might campaign with.
Yeah, okay. Man, oh man, how about the bull crap he just laid out there? And listen, you do what you got to do to get elected. But well, we want a pathway for those people to come into our party. See, that would be the difference if I ran and somebody said, "Well, do you want a pathway to people who said X, Y?" They say, "No, I don't want them here." 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. And there's more here. Yeah, we got time for this. Good. And listen, Kristen Welker's good. Of all the Sunday show hosts, she's good. I know you people say, well, NBC, it's a bunch of leftists. No, here she is asking Hassan Piker, hey, Dr. Piker, I'm sorry, Abdul Al-Sayed, Dr. Al-Sayed, what's your theory on taxing and billionaires and all that? If you thought Chapter 1 was good, we just gave you, listen to this garbage.
If you are elected and make this push, would you need to increase taxes?
Here it comes.
As I've said across this campaign, I am for taxing billionaires their wealth.
What about people who make less than $1 billion and less than $1 million, though, Dr. El-Sayed? What about people making less than $1 million?
Now what do I say?
So for the average person, and you look at your W-2, if you're an employee, he gets paid every 2 weeks or 4 weeks.
No, really?
After you pay your taxes, the next biggest check that comes off the top of your pay stub is to your health insurance company.
Okay.
So imagine instead of paying that to your health insurance company, whose CEO makes $20 million a year.
All right, so you heard that. So here they go again. They can't get away from the CEO thing. This must focus group test with the left. Oh, the CEO makes $20 million. Yeah, well, he runs a huge national company that you may like or not like. Maybe you're in the Luigi Mangione crowd. I don't know. God bless your, God help you if you are. But they have this thing about CEOs. $20 million to run a company worth billions of dollars is nothing. It's couch change.
Instead, you paid a little bit more in taxes for healthcare that you wouldn't lose if you lost your job or turned 26 or got married or got divorced. I think all of us would be a lot more interested in that kind of a system if we knew that our healthcare would be free at the point of care and would be free without having to worry about losing it.
All right, now, fair enough. I understand, right? We've all had medical bills. You're like, wait, I got to cover that. I understand what he's saying. Okay, I understand. But ask yourselves this. Whenever people from Bernie Sanders and the other guy that he's up on the balcony on the Muppet Show, whatever, hey, how's it going? Ask yourselves this, kids, seriously. Whenever people say national health care, all right, fine. Medicare for all right, fine. You notice the thing they never bring up, though. How much higher would your taxes have to be? You notice, seriously, you notice how nobody ever runs numbers on that, or if they have run the numbers, they're not discussed. And should we have a more equitable system so people aren't in medical debt? Absolutely, amen, agree with you. But you notice how they actually stop short of actually discussing numbers.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, about 40 minutes from Stamford through Fairfield. Some breaks along the way for sure. The Parkway northbound, volume delays start in Stamford as well. Upper Merritt southbound bunched up nicely going over the Sikorsky Bridge, heading down to Route 8. New Haven, 95 south, you're on the brakes through Long Wharf into West Haven, and 84 east and westbound, very busy in Danbury to and from the Super 7. And then Krause, WICC traffic.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Miller Nissan of Fairfield weather update.
Tomorrow is sunny and warm in the mid-80s. On Wednesday, sunny with a high again in the mid-80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Most people want to spend their retirement years at home, but most seniors are not equipped to do it. In fact, according to AARP, 82% of adults ages 50 and up want to remain in their current homes as they age, but only about 10% of U.S. homes are considered aging ready. Hey, Melissa Sheketoff here, and I'm so grateful my grandmother lived with us for more than 20 years. And as she got older, my parents equipped their home in Fairfield to accommodate her needs, and they got in-home care, like Connecticut In-Home Assistance. I believe in-home care made my grandmother's final years comfortable, joyful, and actually made her feel more independent. It also helped my parents to have peace of mind that someone could get her to her appointments, make sure she didn't fall, and allow them to have a loving relationship with her instead of one filled with tension and resentment. Don't wait until it's too late to make your home ready for an aging parent. Get the help you need to keep your loved one at home safe and sound. Check out Connecticut In-Home Assistance at cthomecare.com. And right now, you can even download their free ebook online. Again, cthomecare.com.
Veterans and active duty service members, when your call to service ends, your mission doesn't have to. Go from GI to IT in just a few months at My Computer Career. Prepare for a high-demand career in cybersecurity, protecting people, systems, and institutions from real cyber threats. Cyber warriors are needed now. Will you answer the call? Go to mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to learn more. That's mycomputercareer.edu/CWP, an elite CompTIA certification partner. VA education benefits are available to those who qualify.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in.
When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
You've got the questions. Paul has the answers. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, 203-333-9422, 333 WICC. So again, just and look, if I, and we have great medical coverage here at Connoisseur. The bosses have done a nice job here, but the deductibles are still the deductibles here. I'm like, all right, how am I going to pay that? All right, I guess the new tires will wait for another couple of months. I get it. I understand. The medical debt is horrible. But ask yourselves why you never see numbers. When these people go out and they're going to, campaign on national health care, Medicare for all right, great idea. How much higher are your deductions going to be out of your paycheck?
This is WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
ABC News, I'm Michelle Franzen. President Trump signing an executive order recommending childhood vaccine schedules for the measles, mumps, and rubella be split into 3 separate shots. The president expressing claims, he says, over autism concerns. ABC News medical contributor Dr. Darian Sutton says leading medical groups are pushing back on the risks.
The American Academy of Pediatrics has stated that giving routine vaccinations simultaneously is safe and effective, and the adverse events as well as the negative side effects essentially from these vaccinations is comparable to giving them separately. So that inherently helps you to understand that giving a vaccination separately does not provide additional benefit to a patient, does not provide additional safety to a patient.
Hostilities between the U.S. and Iran intensifying over the Strait of Hormuz. Iran calling on the U.S. to pay reparations. Now the president says Iran should pay. In Western Colombia, at least 111 people are dead following today's powerful earthquake. This is ABC News.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Governor Ned Lamont is calling for police to review their automated license plate reader technology programs. Many cities in the state are canceling contracts or letting them expire with the company Flock after concerns have started, including this interaction from a Board of Aldermen meeting in Milford last week regarding the data collected and what it's used for.
We've been told that Flock focuses on stolen vehicles, violent criminals, and missing people, but Milford's portal has shown searches labeled failed to yield, suspicious activity, anonymous tip, suspicious mail. That is broader than the narrow description residents were given.
The real issue is that these cameras are most likely in violation of the Fourth Amendment. Okay?
Lamont is asking for more information over the next month about the types of technologies used, permissible use under state law, issues with the Trust Act and SHIELD law, and recommendations for new policy adaptations. Lamont acknowledges that the equipment is intended to keep towns and roads safe. Law enforcement agencies say the technology has helped them track down stolen vehicles and missing persons. There's a GOP congressional bill requiring federal agents to obtain a warrant to access Flock's data. Authorities say a shooting on Sunday in Bridgeport is the city's 6th homicide this year. It happened around 1 a.m. behind the Gary Crooks Memorial Center on Bostwick Avenue. The victim has been identified as 46-year-old Johnny L. Nesmith. Police say the Hamden native was shot multiple times outside one of the buildings on the property. Investigators say there was a crowd around Nesmith as the shooting occurred, and they are asking witnesses to come forward. New leaders at St. Francis Hospital say vast improvements have been made at the facility. Over the last 2 years, the hospital has faced a barrage of scrutiny from the State Department of Public Health and an exodus of radiologists. Leadership now notes that hospital's maternity unit was recognized as a high-performing ward by U.S. News and World Report. St. Francis is the largest Catholic hospital in New England with 617 beds. The hospital is also building a new MRI suite to further expand its range of care for patients. Connecticut Democratic Senator Richard Blumenthal is calling on Congress to take action against the growing spread of spotted lanternflies in Connecticut, warning that the invasive insects pose a serious threat to the state's agriculture and environment. State entomologist Victoria Smith spoke with WTNH-TV News 8 about what to do if you encounter one.
Basically, see it, smash it. They're just too prolific. They're too good of a stowaway. They're too good of a hitchhiker. And so we really can't, we're not stopping this one. But what we can do is learn to live with it.
Blumenthal is pushing for more federal resources to help states monitor and control the pest, which can damage crops and trees and has already been found in communities across Connecticut. The senator says federal support is needed because the insects don't respect state borders and can spread quickly, making early detection and coordinated efforts critical. Tomorrow is primary day in Connecticut. Governor Ned Lamont is facing a primary challenge from Hamden Democratic State Representative Josh Elliott. It's the first time in 5 decades that a current governor is facing a primary challenger. Recent polls have shown Lamont with a more than 30-digit lead over Elliott. The Democratic nominee will face Republican candidate and nominee, State Senator Ryan Fazio of Greenwich, in November. In the meantime, 1st District Congressman John Larson is facing a primary challenge against 3 opponents, including former Hartford Mayor Luke Bronin. And the Darien Little League fended off elimination in the Metro Regional with a 6-2 win over Rhode Island on Sunday. After a loss to New Jersey on Saturday, Darien rallied in an elimination game against Rhode Island to advance to the semifinals. Alex Abelson and Charlie McLean both launched RBI hits for Darien in the win. They will face the loser of Monday's game between New York and New Jersey on Wednesday at 5 p.m. in Bristol. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound over 45 minutes from Greenwich through Fairfield. Some breaks along the way through. Parkway overall is a bit better, but you have heavy congestion off of Route 7 going into No Man's Land in Fairfield. Haven, 95 south, plenty of company through Long Wharf going into West Haven. 84 eastbound, busy in Danbury and in Newtown. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Miller Nissan of Fairfield weather update.
Tonight will feature early showers or a thunderstorm clearing after midnight near 70. Tomorrow is sunny and warm in the mid-80s. On Wednesday, sunny with a high again in the mid-80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
How much crazier can it get? Don't worry, Paul's here to get you through it. WICC 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on the voice of Connecticut.
All right, so I guess we have to still watch the lettuce. We have to still watch avocados, which is tough for me because I love me some guacamole. And now some mixed messages here. The latest food outbreaks in the U.S. Health and Science reporter, ABC News Digital Department, Mary Kikatos joins us. Mary, good afternoon. How are you?
Good afternoon. Doing well, thank you. How about yourself?
Well, I'm Mary, I'm telling you, honestly, in the last 3 times I've been to the supermarket, I'm like, oh, I'm going to get that. No, it's got lettuce on it. No, I'm not going to get it. I'll get that. No, there's like avocados in there. Seriously, where do we stand on all this?
It's a good question. So there are 2 major food outbreaks happening right now. One is cyclosporiasis, which is that parasitic illness that I'm sure everyone has seen headlines about because it has that symptom explosive diarrhea. So that has been linked to shredded iceberg lettuce, that has been linked to some Taco Bell restaurants. It was sourced by Taylor. It was distributed by Taylor Farms, sourced from Central Mexico. So Taylor Farms issued a voluntary recall, says it's not sourcing any lettuce from Central Mexico. Taco Bell said the same thing. It does turn out that Taylor Farms was distributing some of that lettuce elsewhere. So it wasn't just Taco Bell. It was distributing it to some restaurants and other food establishments. But it is worth noting that cyclosporiasis cases have been reported in other states not linked to that 15-state outbreak. So there could be other factors at play, other food distributors. Then we move to a second one, salmonella. That's been linked to specifically jalapenos, also from Taylor Farms, also sourced from central Mexico. So that outbreak has been associated with about 345 illnesses in 27 states. It was linked to Chipotle and Qdoba. Both have since said that they're not getting their jalapenos from Taylor Farms. Taylor Farms also issued a voluntary recall of about 20 products found on your local grocery store shelves. So anything from pico de gallo to salsa to guacamole to even spicy shrimp salad, these products can be found at Trader Joe's, Whole Foods, Target, Kroger. So there's a list of about 20, and if you have them in your fridge, if they meet the specifications, if they meet a certain size, which is listed on the FDA website, if they have a best buy date through up and through August 16th, throw them out.
Yeah, Mary Kikatos, health and science reporter, ABC News Digital. Mary, that's probably the way to go on this. Thank you so much. We appreciate it. Take care.
Sure thing. Thanks for having me.
Thanks. Mary Kikatos, ABC News Digital Health and Science reporter. Yeah. So we went from that parasite that was tied to lettuce, and now it's salmonella. Oh, God. I'm telling you, see? You never hear this stuff linked to donuts. I'm telling you. You never do. This isn't a laughing matter, though. And what else now? Jalapenos, I should say. Guacamole, the list of 20 recalled foods provided to ABC News includes dips, salsas, and guacamole sold at places like Target, Walmart, Whole Foods, Trader Joe's, and Kroger's. Former health officials tell ABC they're worried the recent staffing cuts across the CDC and the FDA could be contributing to a slower response to the outbreak. So there it is. So there you go. So but come on, have you done the same thing I have in the last couple 3 weeks? Because we all have our stuff that we like to get at our favorite supermarkets, and even like a convenience store like a 7-Eleven or a Cumberland Farms. Hey, go to Cumbies, get a sandwich. Well, that sandwich has lettuce on it, doesn't it? Seriously. I don't know about you, but I would prefer, it's just me, to avoid the salmonella and other nasty stuff.
If you're buying or selling a home in New Haven or Fairfield counties, experience matters. That's why you should trust Jonathan Carbuti with Carbuti & Company Realtors. John has more than 40 years of real estate experience and over 1,300 five-star Google reviews. Carbuti & Company is also the only area real estate agency endorsed by Barbara Corcoran. Call 203-980-6886 today.
Sell your home smoothly when you call Carbuti. Go to CarBeautyRealEstate.com.
Repair your car with confidence at Sono Collision, Fairfield County's premier destination for top-notch collision repairs. Our expert team uses state-of-the-art equipment to restore your vehicle to pre-loss perfection. We prioritize your family's safety when it comes to fixing your car. Trust the care and precision of Sono Collision, because after a collision, you deserve quality repairs and peace of mind. Visit us today at sonocollision.com. That's sonocollision.com. Your car will thank you.
I'm not one to say I told you so, but I switched to Pure Talk over a year ago, and ever since, I've been telling people there's no better wireless company out there. Well, a few months ago, a massive survey was conducted. 123,000 people were asked to rate their wireless carrier in 4 categories: coverage, support, data, and overall value. Well, the results are in. Guess which wireless company was the only wireless company to get 5 stars in every category? Yeah, Pure Talk. 5 stars, every category. To celebrate, Pure Talk is offering the first 3 months of any plan for just $15 a month, including their top-tier unlimited plan. No contract, no commitment, just a very inexpensive way to test drive the only American wireless company with 5 stars in every category. Just dial pound 250, say micro, and Pure Talk's U.S. customer service will take it from there. Again, pound 250 micro. And yes, I told you so.
It's time for the Market Scoreboard Report with Ron and Sana. Now on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Stocks finished a bit softer on the day and bounced off their lows as the market digested higher oil prices, higher interest rates, concerns about when or if the Strait of Hormuz will reopen. Iran said it may not reopen the strait until President Trump is gone from office. That pushed oil up nearly $4 a barrel to $82.13, $87.61 in London. Meanwhile, we had semiconductor stocks under a bit of pressure this morning. The Dow finished with a nearly 61-point loss to 53,975. S&P down 4.5 points. The NASDAQ down 85.25 to 26,605. Late in the day, some very big news. NVIDIA teaming up with a variety of asset managers to provide $500 billion in private credit to build out additional AI infrastructure. Now, we get all that news before we get consumer price data out later this week. The yield on the 10-year note climbing to 4.7%. Again, flirting with the highest level we've seen this year. Dollar firmer, gold and silver both rallying on the day.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound over 45 minutes from Greenwich through Fairfield. Some breaks along the way through. Parkway overall is a bit better, but you have heavy congestion off of Route 7 going into No Man's Land in Fairfield. Haven, 95 south, plenty of company through Long Wharf going into West Haven. 84 eastbound, busy in Danbury and in Newtown. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Miller Nissan of Fairfield weather update.
A few showers or a thunderstorm this evening, otherwise clearing after midnight near 70. Tomorrow, sunny and warm in the mid-80s. On Wednesday, sunny with a high again in the mid-80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli. Now on WICC 695.9. The voice of Connecticut.
All righty then, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC, 333-WICC. All right, we got a little bit of breaking news here. The Justice Department, the Trump DOJ, is suing the states of New York, Vermont, and Connecticut over granting illegal immigrants in-state college tuition bills. The lawsuits against New York, Connecticut, and Vermont allege that state laws unconstitutionally discriminate against American citizens who do not receive reduced fees, scholarships, or other financial benefits. Interesting. Each state, again, this is Connecticut, Vermont, and New York, is accused of violating the Constitution's Supremacy Clause in letting illegals remain eligible for post-secondary education benefits that are not provided to U.S. citizens of other states. In Connecticut, I'm reading this, by the way, from the New York Post, in Connecticut, those laws have been on the books for more than a decade. New York and Vermont have had similar legislation over years. Associate Attorney General Stanley Woodward said in a statement, quote, Congress long ago made it clear that states cannot put illegal aliens over our nation's own citizens. By granting illegal aliens in-state tuition, New York, Vermont, and Connecticut are doing just that, no more, Woodward added. And he adds here again, quoting again, as of today, we have now sued every state in the Second Circuit that seeks to thwart the clear prohibition of Congress by placing aliens over citizens. And our efforts will not cease until President Trump's promise is fulfilled. Illegal aliens will not receive benefits that our nation denies to its own citizens. All right. At least 14 states with similar laws, including New York, New Jersey, Minnesota, and California, have already been sued by the Trump DOJ. At least 5 states, Texas, Kentucky, Oklahoma, Nebraska, and Illinois, have been barred from providing the in-state reduced tuition for illegals. In July, the New Orleans-based 5th U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals upheld a federal judge's ruling in Texas that enjoined the Lone Star State from offering illegal immigrants studying at public universities the in-state race. So we wonder what our Attorney General, Mr. Tong, how he and his staff will respond to this. So the DOJ sues Connecticut, the DOJ sues Vermont, and the DOJ sues the state of New York, saying that New York, Connecticut, and Vermont unconstitutionally discriminate against American citizens who don't get reduced fees, scholarships, or any other financial benefits. All right, well, we'll see how that works out. I'm sure Mr. Tong and Governor Lamont will talk about how it's the end of the world and the administration hates brown people, whatever. All right, we'll see how that shakes out. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. What are your thoughts on this? The DOJ suing the state of Connecticut and New York and Vermont over giving illegal immigrants the in-state college tuition rate. I don't know. I could see how people would feel both ways on this. I can fully understand and fully see how there would be people that would say, hey, this is ridiculous. These people shouldn't be here. Now, unless they were born here. If you're born here, you are a citizen, but maybe some of these are dreamers. I don't know, so-called dreamers brought here at their parents' behest when they were minors. We still haven't been able to figure that one out, have we? And then there are people who are going to say, well, wait a minute, they're here. They want to get an education. If you make it easier for some of these young people who may not technically be citizens, don't you then contribute to the society, a better part to society here? I don't know. I'm sure this will flower in the next couple of days here. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. And again, in case you were thinking about doing it today, there's no early voting today for the primaries. That ended, I think, yesterday. So yesterday might have been the last day of early voting. So tomorrow is it. Check your local city or town's website or your local state senate, state representative website, whomever he or she may be. And you may have a primary to vote in tomorrow. And if you're a Democrat, you definitely have a primary to vote in tomorrow. Assuming you didn't vote for the governor's race already between Josh Elliott and Ned Lamont. Again, I'm predicting 65-35 here, but we'll see. You don't know. I think if Josh Elliott would tickle 40%, he's got to think that's a victory. And it may set him up for, 2030. You never know. A lot of people I've had on this program said, no, this is going to be his one shot. But, who knows? Who knows? Bob and Trumbull's here. Bob, how are you?
Reverend, you got so many things going on today.
Yeah.
Trumbull's finally doing something good for the e-bikes.
Yeah.
Because in the neighborhood here, there's an e-bike gang.
Gang? Yeah, a gang. We went full gang on this.
Well, it's at least 6
All right.
to 10 of them that go around and terrorize everybody walking, and you got to be careful walking down the path.
No, I know. I get it. I get it. Yeah.
And then I had an idea on these cameras.
Yeah.
Because, these Democrats want to put these communist socialist Democrats.
Communist socialist Democrats, yes.
Yeah, want to protect their army.
Yeah.
You know what I say to them?
What do you say?
Flock you.
Now, that's very, very creative. There you go. All right. Thank you, Bob. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound over 45 minutes from Greenwich through Fairfield. Some breaks along the way through. Parkway overall is a bit better, but you have heavy congestion off of Route 7 going into No Man's Landing in Fairfield. New Haven, 95 south, plenty of company through Long Wharf going into West Haven, 84 eastbound, busy in Danbury and in Newtown. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Miller Nissan of Fairfield weather update.
Tonight will feature early showers or a thunderstorm clearing after midnight near 70. Tomorrow is sunny and warm in the mid-80s. On Wednesday, sunny with a high again in the mid-80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
The following message is brought to you by the Fairfield Law Offices of Estate, Trust, and Probate Attorneys Eliafson and Tenor, online at ConnecticutElderLaw.com. Here is attorney Christine Tenor.
If you are suddenly hurt or seriously ill and can't speak for yourself, what could happen to you and your family and all you care about? Will life-changing decisions be made by strangers? We all face legal, financial, and physical challenges every day at all stages of life. Don't leave important matters to chance, and don't wait until you are elderly. No one can predict what the future holds for us, so even young adults and young couples, everyone, should be prepared for the unexpected. Give your family and yourself the most important gift you can give, the gift of peace of mind.
Visit ConnecticutElderLaw.com. Eliafson and Tenor, 203-336-2566. Protecting your family's future. Eliafson and Tenor. For peace of mind, 203-336-2566.
Back to the news and talk. Thanks to Smart MLS. Smart Sellers Ask. Is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli.
Serious question here leading up to news time, and we've heard the story a few times today on ABC News. I guess there is finally a trial underway trying to find out, 30 years on almost, that who killed a superstar rapper Tupac Shakur back in, I guess, 1996 or 1997. I was reading the story before, how well I remember that, and how that was, the drive-by, whatever. I don't understand, and I'm not trying to be flip here about danger and about people being killed, but what is it about the and I look, I don't mean to paint with a broad brush here. But I pulled up a list before on I guess it was out of Wikipedia by Asked AI. I asked AI, give me a list of rappers and hip-hop artists who've been killed. And it's unbelievable. Why? And I understand there's East Coast and West Coast. Stop killing yourselves. Well, it stems from the music they write. Whatever. What is this? And it still happens. Recently somebody got shot or whatever. Stop it, guys, and what are you doing? You don't see country music people, by and large, killing themselves. Last time I checked, when they were active, Robert Plant and Roger Daltrey weren't trying to take out a contract on themselves. Well, you sound kind of racist, Paul. No, it's not. It's completely opposite. Now, I know there are many low-level rappers and other people who are very successful. I get it, but you know what the sad thing is? When you hear a story, well, rapper so-and-so was shot and killed in a drive-by, it doesn't even register with people anymore. Well, he's a rapper, hip-hop guy. I mean, you didn't really see, Willie Nelson and Waylon Jennings try to kill each other, did you? I know what you're going to say. It stems from the stuff they write, but my God, stop it. Many of these people are young. They're incredibly successful. They're multimillionaires. They've got every material and female aspect you could ever want. And yet we hear this over and over again about how many of them kill each other.
WICC AM Bridgeport, WICC FM Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven. Locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
From ABC News, I'm Lizzie Davis, anchor Prime, streaming weeknights on ABC News Live. In Western Colombia, the death toll is climbing by the hour following a powerful earthquake. Government officials say at least 111 people have died. ABC's Patrick Reevell has the details.
We are still really only getting a sense of the scale of the damage. The 7.4 magnitude quake hit in Western Colombia. We know that rescue efforts are underway. We've been seeing these frightening videos showing buildings swaying, walls collapsing, the buildings themselves coming down, people terrified, holding on to each other, just trying not to be thrown to the ground.
At the White House, President Trump signed an executive order aimed at reducing recommended childhood vaccinations to 11 diseases, down from the 18 diseases recommended by the CDC in 2024. The EO also recommends childhood vaccine schedules for the measles, mumps, and rubella, or MMR, be split into 3 separate shots. Leading medical groups are pushing back on the recommendations. Iran is refusing to back down on U.S. demands to reopen the Strait of Hormuz, listing its demands that include lifting the U.S. naval blockade and paying reparations. At the White House, President Trump insists the strait is open.
The only one that has control of the Strait of Hormuz right now is the United States Navy. We have a blockade that's been infallible.
The president now says Iran should pay reparations for the war and decades of terrorist acts. Following a contentious confirmation hearing and narrow vote over the weekend, Todd Blanche was sworn in as permanent Attorney General. Blanche, who was acting AG, is a former personal attorney of President Trump. In California, the Ojai Raptor Center says the injured female bald eagle, presumed to be Jackie, has died. Jackie and mate Shadow gained worldwide attention with the birth of eaglets on a Big Bear webcam. She was receiving round-the-clock care for anemia and health issues following a fight with other birds last month. You're listening to ABC News.
I'm not one to say I told you so, but I switched to Pure Talk over a year ago, and ever since, I've been telling people there's no better wireless company out there. Well, a few months ago, a massive survey was conducted. 123,000 people were asked to rate their wireless carrier in 4 categories: coverage, support, data, and overall value. Well, the results are in. Guess which wireless company was the only wireless company to get 5 stars in every category? Yeah, Pure Talk. 5 stars, every category. To celebrate, Pure Talk is offering the first 3 months of any plan for just $15 a month, including their top-tier unlimited plan. No contract, no commitment, just a very inexpensive way to test drive the only American wireless company with 5 stars in every category. Just dial pound 250, say micro, and Pure Talk's U.S. customer service will take it from there. Again, pound 250 micro. And yes, I told you so.
I'm Lindsay Davis. For the latest on today's headlines, be sure to watch Prime tonight, starting at 7 Eastern on ABC News Live. Now with more news, here's Michelle Franzen.
Jury selection began today in the murder trial of rapper Tupac Shakur, a break in the case coming 3 decades after the fatal shooting of the West Coast rapper. ABC's Alex Stone has more.
Las Vegas prosecutors say they can prove the murder was orchestrated by one-time South LA gang leader Dwayne Davis, street name Keefe D. Davis spoke exclusively to ABC News from inside jail.
I'm innocent. I ain't killed nobody.
But for years, Davis has boasted about his alleged involvement in Shakur's murder. He even published a book admitting to his role in it, a book he now says he didn't write. Davis now pleading not guilty to 1 count of murder.
A very big find off of Italy's coast. It's being called one of the most important underwater archaeological discoveries in many years. Divers off the coast of Sicily finding a shipwreck believed to be more than 2,000 years old. According to the Italian Culture Ministry, the ship likely dates from the 1st or 2nd century BC. It's 140 feet below the surface and contains hundreds of ancient ceramic jars that were used to carry olive oil and wine. The oil and wine is gone. The jars are quite valuable. Sherry Preston, ABC News. More than 100 large wildfires taxing crews across the U.S., and the majority are in the western states. Crews estimate that more than 3 million acres has burned so far. Michelle Franzen, ABC News.
In a recent survey of 123,000 wireless customers, Pure Talk was the only wireless company to receive 5 stars in every category: coverage, support, value, and data. What else do you need to know? Switch to Pure Talk today and get any plan, including their top shelf unlimited data plan, for just $15 a month for your first 3 months. No contract, no commitment. Dial pound 250, say micro, and let Pure Talk's U.S. customer service team help you make the switch.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Authorities say a shooting on Sunday in Bridgeport is the city's 6th homicide this year. It happened around 1 a.m. behind the Gary Crooks Memorial Center on Bostwick Avenue. The victim has been identified as 46-year-old Johnny L. Nesmith. Police say the Hamden native was shot multiple times outside one of the buildings on the property. Investigators say there was a crowd around Nesmith as the shooting occurred, and they are asking witnesses to come forward. The search for a missing swimmer in Milford has been suspended. The Milford Fire Department says the search in the area of Silver Sands State Park and Charles Island was suspended pending further credible information. Officials say the search will resume if they receive reports of a missing person in the area. And tomorrow is primary day in Connecticut. Governor Ned Lamont is facing a primary challenge from Hamden Democratic State Representative Josh Elliott. It's the first time in 5 decades that a current governor is facing a primary challenger. Recent polls have shown Lamont with a more than 30-digit lead over Elliott. The Democratic nominee will face Republican nominee State Senator Ryan Fazio in November. In the meantime, 1st District Democratic Congressman John Larson is facing a primary challenge against 3 opponents, including former Hartford Mayor Luke Bronin. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, a solid hour. Greenwich through Fairfield Parkway northbound. Slow ride starts in Norwalk, New Haven. 95 south, jammed from Long Wharf into West Haven. Traffic report is powered by the law office of Iliofson and Tenor. Whether it's a power of attorney, medical directives, wills, or a trust, every person is different. To create your personalized plan, call the law offices of Iliofson and Tenor or online at ConnecticutElderLaw.com. I'm Max Krause, WICC Traffic.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Miller Nissan of Fairfield weather update.
A few showers or a thunderstorm this evening, otherwise clearing after midnight near 70. Tomorrow, sunny and warm in the mid-80s. On Wednesday, sunny with a high again in the mid-80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, 3 hours down, 1 to go. Our pal, Terry Cowgill coming up. We'll give you a little of Chris Murphy on national television from yesterday and a few other things we'll pack into hour number 4. If you're just joining us, hope you had a great day at work, or maybe you're heading out to work, or maybe you're in the middle of your shift. Whenever you need us, first, second, third shift, we're here for you at WICC 600 AM, 95.9 FM, and are online at thevoiceofct.com. Governor Ned Lamont, big story over the past few days. He is asking cities and towns to put the brakes on any more rollouts of these flock. Like, now, they're not all flock cameras. We say flock because they're the major provider here. There are 5 or 6 other cameras companies, but the license plate readers, the governor is asking cities and towns not to put any more of them out there. Some state legislators, too, which I say, no. Cities and towns, if you don't want them, then you don't want them. If you want them, you want them. Don't listen to anything coming out of Hartford on this. Because and you may say, well, boy, Paul, that's a ballsy thing to say. No, it's not. We've already had one law or an aspect of a law passed that limits the data sharing to Rhode Island, Massachusetts, and New York. You can't share data with ICE. There's other limit. We've already put limits on this. This is nothing more than election year stuff. They're worried. Our buddy Dan Haar told us this last week. He was hearing from Democratic sources that they're getting pounded with this on the campaign trail, and you could say, well, Paul, maybe that's just constituent service. Yeah, and I don't trust Hartford. I don't. Because if you it will go beyond privacy considerations. It will. It's going to be specific numbers of cameras that are going to be allowed in specific areas. They're going to hear every kind of accusation of racism. It'll turn out to be a cluster, you know what. So you cities and towns, if you don't want the cameras, then you don't want them. But if you do, please, I am begging you, do not put your trust in Hartford on this. Because anything they do will be to hamstring your local police department. I'm sorry, maybe I'm wrong here. And if I am wrong, I will admit it. But most of the time on this stuff, I'm right. John in Norwalk. John, how are you, sir? What's up?
Yeah, good. I think, was it Kiki D or whoever the guy is that allegedly shot Tupac? I'm sure just Tupac dissed him. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean...
that's how you got to do it, right? I mean, a guy disses you, what you got to do?
John, it is, thank you, John. It's amazing. You go to Wikipedia and you see all these names that have been, lives that have been snuffed out. What do you do? And I know a lot of it's, the money's not, it's their hood, it's, being dissed or disrespect. And I guess there's a long time thing about East Coast rappers and West Coast rappers and producers stealing each other. I get it, but man, you're going to kill somebody. What? And it's sad because it reflects on a whole part of society where people like me or John or whatever, or Chris, you hear in the news, as rapper so-and-so was shot and killed, and you say, well, all right, that's rap. And that's when it's sad. That's when you automatically categorize people by the crazies. And I've seen a couple of documentaries on the Tupac stuff, and it's very complicated. I get it. The whole rap hip-hop scene, it's in a lot of ways, it ain't rock, it ain't power pop, it's not country music, but man, you look into this case and you're like, really? Really? And what did that achieve?
You wanted a new and improved way to experience voiceofct.com, and now you have it. We've totally revamped our website, and it looks better on your smartphone than ever before. Voiceofct.com. You can still stream all of your favorite WICC local talk shows, listen to podcasts, find out about local events, sign up for our email newsletter, and it's easier to use than ever. It's the best way to stay informed in Fairfield County. Just bookmark us. Voiceofct.com.
Hi, this is David from Standard Oil. Do you know why Standard Oil was voted best oil company in Connecticut? Great service, day or night. If you have a heating emergency at 2 a.m., Standard Oil has service technicians who work through the night to ensure fast response to heating emergencies, usually within 2 hours. Most importantly, great service means truly knowledgeable technicians who care about customers. For great service, day or night, call Standard Oil or visit us online at standardoil.com.
I never really thought of glasses being part of my wardrobe until I visited Kennedy & Perkins Guild Opticians here in Milford. They helped me find 2 pairs of glasses that fit my style, from everyday wear to designer frames. Family owned since 1946, Kennedy & Perkins is known for personalized service and the latest lens technology, plus an incredible selection from brands like Tom Ford, Gucci, Chanel, and Prada. Visit their newest location here in Milford on the Boston Post Road or any of their 6 locations across the state. Visit KennedyandPerkins.com and tell them Melissa sent you.
A cancer diagnosis comes with so many questions. Should you get a second opinion? What's the right treatment? How do you tell your kids? You don't need more questions in your life. You need world-class cancer care here in Fairfield County. That's why Stamford Health collaborates with Dana-Farber Brigham Cancer Center, ranked number 3 nationally for cancer care. Your search for answers stops when our care for you starts. Stamford Health.
You work too hard to leave your business unprotected. Whether it's after-hours break-ins, employee access, security cameras, alarms, or knowing what's happening when you're away, Trumbull-based Property Protection Consulting has you covered. PPC designs, installs, and services security cameras designed to your business from one location to multiple facilities. Property Protection Consulting will protect your people, your property, and your peace of mind. Property Protection Consulting, your business security company. PPCalarms.com.
This is the Concert Guide, powered by Duchess Restaurants. Fresh food served fast.
Concert season is flying by. Don't miss any of these great shows. Sunday, August 16th, the iconic Diana Ross performs at the Stanford Center for the Arts. Thursday, August 20th, Josh Groban is at Foxwoods. Saturday, August 22nd, see Kesha at the Mohegan Sun Arena, 10,000 Maniacs at Ridgefield Playhouse, or Rock of the 80s at College Street Music Hall. Sunday, August 23rd, another pair of shows to pick from. You got Andy Grammer at the Toyota Oakdale Theater in Wallingford and The Fray at the Hartford Healthcare Amphitheater in Bridgeport. Wednesday, August 25th, Squeeze performs with Adam Ant at Westville Music Bowl. Friday, August 28th, another tough choice to make. Pitbull partying it up at the Hartford Healthcare Amphitheater in Bridgeport are TLC and Salt and Pepper with a throwback show at the Mohegan Sun.
The Concert Guide. Whether it's breakfast, lunch, or dinner, get fresh food served fast at any one of Duchess restaurants located throughout Connecticut. Duchess Restaurants. Fresh food served fast.
Don't miss the Fairfield University School of Graduate Studies around the region every weekday with Melissa in the morning. Melissa brings you the biggest news from Connecticut and around the region.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, a solid hour. Greenwich through Fairfield Parkway northbound. Slow ride starts in Norwalk, New Haven. 95 south, jam from Long Wharf into West Haven. Traffic report is powered by the Law Office of Iliofson and Tenor. Whether it's a power of attorney, medical directives, wills, or a trust, every person is different. To create your personalized plan, call the Law Offices of Iliofson and Tenor or online at ConnecticutElderLaw.com. I'm Nash Krause, WICC Traffic.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Miller Nissan of Fairfield weather update.
Tonight will feature early showers or a thunderstorm clearing after midnight near 70. Tomorrow is sunny and warm in the mid-80s. On Wednesday, sunny with a high again in the mid-80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Southport's live and local news source for 100 years. The voice of Connecticut. WICC 695.9.
All right around this time, we love to kick off the new week with a guy I know you have come to respect and love. He is a local guy doing stuff at the Connecticut News Junkie, ctnewsjunkie.com, and also on substack.com. Red Meat for Mushy Moderates. He's put a piece up on Threads also this week. We usually cover one local thing with him, one national thing. Terry Cowgill joins us. Mr. Cowgill, how are you, sir?
Well, it's a mixed bag at the moment. Feeling great for a lot of reasons, but one thing is really bothering me, and that is that I think I'm going to have a complete meltdown if I hear the phrase explosive diarrhea one more time. Imagine, I never would have thought in all of, that'll be the legacy of the cyclospora outbreak is that particular phrase. It's now common to hear it just about all over the place.
I mean, you and I both know that, and it happens. Being humans, what we eat, diarrhea is bad enough, Terry, but explosive, that to me is a whole new level.
Yeah, yes, exactly. It makes it sound like it really has a sound. Like maybe you need to duck down and take cover.
Duck and cover, right? This ain't the Soviet Union. Oh, man, let's start with your national piece here. In fact, I played a couple of sound bites from his appearance Sunday with Kristen Welker on NBC on Meet the Press, which got a little contentions. Dr. Abdul Al-Sayed, the guy looks like he's got the total package of how he presents himself. He's very well-spoken, health official in Michigan, beat a sitting member of Congress. Terry, what did you write your piece about here? And is this a bellwether, you think, for the future of the Democratic Party or not?
I think it could be a problem for the Democrats, similar to what the Tea Party was for the Republicans 15 years ago. It's not entirely unlikely, I don't think.
Mm-hmm.
Now you were referring to Al-Sayed's appearance on Meet the Press.
Yeah, with Kristen Welker.
I saw him on State of the Union on CNN with Jake Tapper.
Okay.
And Jake Tapper he showed this meme that Donald Trump posted on Truth Social.
Yeah.
That said, two different Americas. It had a picture of him and of Trump and Melania dressed in, like a tuxedo and an evening gown. And then it had Al-Sayed and his wife, who was clad in Muslim garb. And they were sitting at a diner. And he says, two very different Americas. And it had Al-Sayed's entire name spelled out.
Yeah.
All three. It was really long, just like Barack Hussein Obama.
Yep.
And I just thought, this is disgusting. So I posted something on that. And I said I was trying to compliment him, and I said I thought he hit the answer right out of the park. It was beautiful the way he did it. And so I posted that and said that.
Yeah.
I also said, I got to respect this guy. He's a bit too left for me.
Yeah.
But I think a lot of his proposals are more aspirational than anything else.
Yeah.
And so in all of the comments and the likes, and by the way, I got 4,100 likes. About 373 reposts.
Okay.
It was. I almost never get that kind of reaction. So it was amazing. But so people they seized on this thing. He's a bit too left for me, and all these people got derailed by them. So what do you mean?
What do you mean?
Yeah. And so I thought, and so I looked at his policies.
Yeah.
And he has all of these. It sounds nice. Ban corporate money in politics.
Sure.
But in order to do that, you would have to repeal, somehow get the Citizens United decision overturned.
Never happened.
And how are you going to get a Supreme Court decision overturned?
Nope.
I don't think you are.
Nope.
So I don't know how he plans to do that. He wants to end gerrymandering. Well, nobody likes gerrymandering. But again, you're going to need if Republicans control Congress, or if they have a filibuster capability in the Senate, that's going nowhere. And that's one of the other things. He wants to abolish the filibuster. It's great to abolish the filibuster when you had the majority.
Exactly.
But when the Republicans, and if they imagine all the stuff they could pass that he would hate.
Yeah.
So he's against voter ID, which I'm for. I think that's too left for me. He wants to abolish ICE. I wouldn't be opposed to that in principle, but what's he going to replace it with?
Exactly.
He doesn't say on his website. I counted. I did actually a ChatGPT count of this.
Yeah.
The words corporate and corporations are mentioned on his website dozens of times.
Sure.
I couldn't get up. It went on and on.
Yeah.
And so then he gets into AI, and he wants to he wants income protection programs, wage insurance, universal basic income.
But Terry, I will bet you people saying, "Oh, so many disaffected Democrats are going to go to Mike Rogers." I think he's going to win, Terry. I really do. I can't see Michigan sending another Republican to Washington. Maybe I'm wrong, but I don't know.
Yeah, I don't. He might. I don't have a good sense for what's going to happen there.
Yeah.
Because the woman that he ran against, I believe was a congresswoman, a more moderate Democrat. She has endorsed him, and she went up and hugged him, and they held the hands up high, and so she gave him a full-throated endorsement. That's bound to help. The governor is Gretchen Whitmer was a Democrat. She's going out and has pretty high favorability ratings. So, and there is a very large Muslim population.
Oh, Dearborn and all that. Oh, yeah.
Especially Dearborn, so he could win. I certainly wouldn't put it past him.
No, I think he is going to win, Terry. And our local thing, we got about 2.5-3 minutes left here. Terry, it seems to me that it is now chic for everybody to be against these flock-style license plate reader cameras. The gubernatorial candidates. Governor Lamont saying, well, he's asking the cities and towns to hold off on this stuff. We're going to pass more stuff. Terry, the last thing I want to see happen in Hartford is this is just me, Terry. I'd like to get your thoughts on this. I don't want this to become a political issue. I think cities and towns handle this best. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I think individual towns should be able to do this if they want to. This is an election year, and certainly Lamont and Bob Dawson and James Maroney, they don't want this to cost them seats in the General Assembly.
Mm-hmm.
Lamont doesn't want to make his primary with Josh Elliott close because that will steal a lot of his thunder going into the general election against Ryan Fazio. So a lot of this is political. But I will say that, if you're on a public street, you really don't have any reasonable expectation of privacy at all. And that's just the way it is. I have a camera out my front window that catches cars that come by, and I don't know, maybe the police will come to me someday and say there was a crime in your neighborhood. Will you turn over the video? So I don't have a problem with these things decided on a town by town basis, but this is all of these red flags that are coming now in this pause. It's all political.
Yeah, Terry. And again, I don't know whether you heard, but part of the genesis for this, from what I understand, our good friend Dan Haar, who's on every Wednesday here, Dan told me right on the program last week, the only reason it's coming up right now is as the Democrats go door knocking, they're getting hammered by this from people. So there you go,
Oh, yeah, it's a public outcry. And if there's one thing politicians are great at, if it's not accomplishing anything, they're really great at putting their finger on the pulse and determining what the public mood is like at any given moment.
Yeah.
And they've discovered right now that the public mood is very much against these things. So they want to put a halt on it until they can figure out what to do with this monster they've created.
Check him out at the Connecticut News Junkie, ctnewsjunkie.com, substack.com, and now on Threads as well. He's everywhere, Terry Cowgill. Terry, thanks, man. Have a great week, and we'll chat next Monday. Thank you, sir.
All right. Thank you, Paul.
All right. Thanks, Terry Cowgill. Read his stuff at the Connecticut News Junkie at Threads, and also with the blog Red Meat for Mushy Moderates on Substack.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, a solid hour. Greenwich through Fairfield Parkway northbound. Slow ride starts in Norwalk, New Haven. 95 south, jam Long Wharf into West Haven. Traffic report is powered by the law office of Heliopson and Tenor. Whether it's a power of attorney, medical directives, wills, or a trust, every person is different. To create your personalized plan, call the law offices of Heliopson and Tenor or online at ConnecticutElderLaw.com. And that's Kraus WICC Traffic.
WICC's 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut. Miller Nissan of Fairfield weather update.
A few showers or a thunderstorm this evening, otherwise clearing after midnight near 70. Tomorrow, sunny and warm in the mid-80s. On Wednesday, sunny with a high again in the mid-80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
In the real estate ecosystem, trust and transparency create harmony. But one elusive species disrupts this balance: the rogue agent. Their secrecy with off-market listings leave home buyers confused, frustrated, and inventory starved. And that's bad news for sellers too. With Smart MLS, over 20,000 realtors unite, creating more demand, offers, and better results. Ask your agent if your home is on Smart MLS.
Are you sick and tired of paying high prices for Continental tires? Then get to Town Fair Tire for the lowest price you'll find anywhere. Yes, the guaranteed lowest price on every Continental tire. Plus, at Town Fair, you get free services for life. Think about it. Why look anywhere else for Continental tires when Town Fair gives you the guaranteed lowest price plus free services for life? Nobody beats a Town Fair tire deal. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
In the military, the mission was clear. You knew what to do. Now, the mission has changed. Stepping into civilian life isn't about finding a job. It's finding your purpose.
I wanted a career that would leverage the skills and discipline I gained in the military. IT just felt right.
My Computer Career offers class schedules that fit into your life and skills in high demand. Put your VA benefits to work. Visit mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to jumpstart your IT career today. An elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter.
A place where you can complain freely. In fact, we encourage it. The voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9, and Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli.
All right, thank you, Mr. Announcer. A couple of seconds away from our last full look at local news with our pal, Chris Williams. Also an ABC headline update there. And coming back, I'll have a couple of seconds of Chris Murphy, yes, representing the great and sovereign state of Connecticut, at least some of the people of such, yesterday on Meet the Press.
This is WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
ABC News, I'm Michelle Franzen. Hostilities between the U.S. and Iran remain centered on the reopening of the Strait of Hormuz. Both Iran and the U.S. now calling for war reparations. The U.S. keeping up pressure on sanctions, too. Here's ABC's Stephen Portnoy.
The sense generally we have here is that the administration believes that with economic pressure, Iran will somehow come around. The president put it this way in his interview with Axios yesterday. It will work out. It always works out. He said it's like a chess game. In an interview over the weekend, Vice President Vance pointed to sky-high inflation in Iran as an example of how that pressure is working. But what's so interesting is the change.
In Western Colombia, more than 100 have died following today's major earthquake. The U.S. and other countries pledging to send resources and aid. The contiguous U.S. recorded its hottest month on record in July. According to NOAA, last month averaged 76.89 degrees across the lower 48 states. This is ABC News.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Thousands of Eversourcians United Illuminating customers were without power from weekend storms. At its peak on Friday, more than 15,000 customers experienced outages. More than 8,600 power outages were reported around 8 a.m. on Saturday. Strong thunderstorms on Friday night brought 60-mile-per-hour winds in some places. Trumbull officials are working on a new ordinance to regulate e-bikes and motorized scooters as complaints about reckless riding by teenagers and children continue to increase. Residents have reported close calls on roads, sidewalks, parks, and the Pequannock River Valley Rail Trail, where e-bikes are already prohibited. The town is also considering whether parents could face fines for violations, while a nearly $5,000 state grant has been used to provide helmets and safety education. Officials hope to balance safety with young people's ability to enjoy e-bikes and expect to bring a proposed ordinance forward very soon. Governor Ned Lamont is calling for police to review their automated license plate reader technology programs. Many cities in the state are canceling contracts or letting them expire with the company Flock after concerns have started, including this interaction from a Board of Aldermen meeting in Milford last week regarding the data collected and what it's used for.
We've been told that Flock focuses on stolen vehicles, violent criminals, and missing people, but Milford's portal has shown searches labeled failed to yield, suspicious activity, anonymous tip, suspicious mail. That is broader than the narrow description residents were given.
The real issue is that these cameras are most likely in violation of the Fourth Amendment. Okay?
Lamont is asking for more information over the next month about the types of technologies used, permissible use under state law, issues with the Trust Act and SHIELD law, and recommendations for new policy adaptations. Lamont acknowledges that the equipment is intended to keep towns and roads safe. Law enforcement agencies say the technology has helped them track down stolen vehicles and missing persons. There is a GOP congressional bill requiring federal agents to obtain a warrant to access Flock's data. New leaders at St. Francis Hospital say vast improvements have been made at the facility. Over the last 2 years, the hospital has faced a barrage of scrutiny from the State Department of Public Health and an exodus of radiologists. Leadership now notes that hospital's maternity unit was recognized as a high-performing ward by U.S. News and World Report. St. Francis is the largest Catholic hospital in New England with 617 beds. The hospital is also building a new MRI suite to further expand its range of care for patients. Connecticut Democratic Senator Richard Blumenthal is calling on Congress to take action against the growing spread of spotted lanternflies in Connecticut, warning that the invasive insects pose a serious threat to the state's agriculture and environment. State entomologist Victoria Smith spoke with WTNH-TV News 8 about what to do if you encounter one.
Basically, see it, smash it. They're just too prolific. They're too good of a stowaway. They're too good of a hitchhiker. And so we really can't, we're not stopping this one. But what we can do is learn to live with it.
Blumenthal is pushing for more federal resources to help states monitor and control the pest, which can damage crops and trees and has already been found in communities across Connecticut. The senator says federal support is needed because the insects don't respect state borders and can spread quickly, making early detection and coordinated efforts critical. Candidates are making their final push to voters with the primary election set to take place on Tuesday. The Democratic race for governor between incumbent Ned Lamont and Hamden State Representative Josh Elliott, along with the four-way race for the U.S. House in the state's 1st district, are the two races that have garnered the most attention in the lead-up.
Come a long way, but the job's not done. Let's keep Connecticut moving forward together.
Let's actually make healthcare, childcare, housing, and energy affordable.
In the congressional race, 14-term incumbent Representative John Larson is facing former Hartford Mayor Luke Bronin, who was endorsed by the state's Democratic Party. State Representative Jillian Gilchrist of West Hartford and Hartford School Board member Ruth Fortune are also on the ballot. Polls are open from 6 a.m. to 8 p.m. on Election Day. Firefighters helped rescue a child who got stuck in a potty training seat last week. The Westport Fire Department says firefighters used, quote, minimally invasive techniques to remove the child from the training seat without injuries. The fire department says they undergo extensive training to remove people from all sorts of entrapments. The department said on Facebook the boy was, quote, all smiles once he was safely extracted. And Darien Little League fended off elimination in the Metro Regional with a 6-2 win over Rhode Island on Sunday. After a loss to New Jersey on Saturday, Darien rallied in an elimination game against Rhode Island to advance to the semifinals. Alex Abelson and Charlie McLean both launched RBI hits for Darien in the win. They will face the loser of Monday's game between New York and New Jersey on Wednesday at 5 p.m. in Bristol. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, an accident, exit 18 in the left lane has things backed up in Norwalk. Overall on 95 north, at least an hour from Greenwich through Fairfield. Parkway northbound, lots of extra cars coming off of Route 7 in Norwalk going into No Man's Land in Fairfield, but overall it is the better ride. And that's Kraus, WICC traffic.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Miller Nissan of Fairfield weather update.
Tonight will feature early showers or a thunderstorm clearing after midnight near 70. Tomorrow is sunny and warm in the mid-80s. On Wednesday, sunny with a high again in the mid-80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorak on WICC.
If Fairfield is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, back to the phones momentarily. Couple of pieces of audio here from the weekend that you may have not caught because unlike me, you people have social lives. And I just sit there and work at another gig and type out stuff and everything. Chris Murphy was on, what was he on? Oh, he was on also Meet the Press, NBC with Kristen Welker. And I'm starting to hear this. There's a theme in Mr. Murphy's bite here of the question that Kristen Welker asked him about, hey, what's up with the Democrats in Israel here? Because this may hurt you at the polls. So apparently now the whole thing here, and I'm sure they have focus group this or whatever, go easy on Israel and the Israeli people, but say that the Israeli government is actually the problem, not the people, or the fact that some people don't think Israel has a right to exist.
I want to ask you about one of the issues that is dividing Democrats. We saw this certainly in 2024. It's the issue of Israel. Do you think Democrats need to have a more unified message in order to be able to win purple states like Michigan?
Well, listen, here's my view. I want there to be a strong U.S.-Israel relationship. I support Israel. I cannot support this government's actions. They are not aligned with U.S. national security objectives. And so I think that until we have a different government and a different policy in Israel, it's going to be hard for people like me that want a Palestinian state side by side with a Jewish state in the region to support continuing to send arms to Israel. But your question is, should the Democrats have one position? Well, no. We have disagreements inside the Democratic Party. There were disagreements in Michigan. And that's the sign of a healthy party. What's the alternative? Well, the alternative is the Republican Party, in which they are not allowed to have disagreements. The only thing they can think is what Donald Trump thinks. That's not a healthy party. I want to be a part of a party that occasionally actually has disagreements inside it.
But does it concern you that Dr. Al-Sayed, for example, describes Israel as committing a genocide and apartheid?
Well, I think what you heard him say is that he will support funding to Israel so long as Israel is on a path to live side by side with a Palestinian state. And I think that is a view that is shared by a wide cross-section of Americans.
And all you have to do is go to Google or go to Gemini or go to Grok and say, hey, how many times have Palestinians been offered to have their separate state? Do it. I came up with like 6 or 7 times. Here's the problem. And number one, they are going with this, well, it's not Israel or the Israeli people, it's the government. Well, he might be, but they know that's a loser unless they tailor it more. The other thing is, again, don't believe me if you don't want to. Take a look at all the times that everybody thought, okay, there's finally going to be a Palestinian state, and then whether it's Mahmoud Abbas or Hamas or Yasser Arafat, they pull out the rug from under them because it's not about with a good number of Palestinians and the fear of Hamas. It's not about a Palestinian state, Senator. And you went with that old trope once again. Numerous times. Bill Clinton says it all the time. He's still PO'd about what Yasser Arafat did to him and how he embarrassed him years ago. It's not about a Palestinian state with these people. It's about killing Jews.
If you have troublesome trees on your property, that doesn't mean they necessarily have to come down. Hey, Melissa Sheketoff here, and this is why I love the free tree risk assessment by my friends at K&J Tree Service. They'll come out, and in minutes, they can see if a tree needs a little more attention.
You have the trees that look pretty good, and they just need a little bit of pruning or some bracing. There's some cabling and some things that we can do to trees just to prevent failure in storms or even day to day.
Check out kjtreeservice.com to book that free tree risk assessment today.
From a child's first day of learning to a senior finding friendship, Hall Neighborhood House in Bridgeport is there every step of the way. For 140 years, Hall Neighborhood House has been a pillar of support for the Bridgeport community, providing early childhood education, after-school programs, STEM learning, family resources, and senior services. The true measure of Hall isn't the number of programs it offers, it's the lives those programs have transformed. Hall Neighborhood House, the heart of Bridgeport for 140 years.
I'm not one to say I told you so, but I switched to Pure Talk over a year ago, and ever since, I've been telling people there's no better wireless company out there. Well, a few months ago, a massive survey was conducted. 123,000 people were asked to rate their wireless carrier in 4 categories: coverage, support, data, and overall value. Well, the results are in. Guess which wireless company was the only wireless company to get 5 stars in every category? Yeah, Pure Talk. 5 stars, every category. To celebrate, Pure Talk is offering the first 3 months of any plan for just $15 a month, including their top-tier unlimited plan. No contract, no commitment, just a very inexpensive way to test drive the only American wireless company with 5 stars in every category. Just dial pound 250, say micro, and Pure Talk's U.S. customer service will take it from there. Again, pound 250 micro. And yes, I told you so.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, an accident, exit 18 in the left lane has things backed up on the Norwalk. Overall on 95 north, at least an hour from Greenwich through Fairfield. Parkway northbound, lots of extra cars coming off of Route 7 in Norwalk going into No Man's Land in Fairfield, but overall it is the better ride. I'm Andrew Krause, WICC Traffic.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Miller Nissan of Fairfield weather update.
A few showers or a thunderstorm this evening, otherwise clearing after midnight near 70. Tomorrow, sunny and warm in the mid-80s. On Wednesday, sunny with a high again in the mid-80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Away from your radio? Listen while you work at voiceofct.com. Now back to Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli on the Voice of Connecticut, WICC 695.9.
All right, 203-333-9422. Get the gurgle out of there, 333-WICC. 1937, 1947, 2000, 2001, 2008, and 2020. So we have 1, 2, 3, at least 6 times that everybody thought there was progress through numerous administrations, numerous decades and generations on the Palestinian homeland, where at the end everything fell through. And it never happens, because as much as, Senator Murphy and others live in a fantasy world, at its core, the Palestinian people would rather kill Jews. And the one, see if you can find Bill Clinton talking about what happened in 2000. Man, was he PO'd. Bill Clinton and Israeli Prime Minister Ehud Barak offered a Palestinian state encompassing the vast majority of the West Bank and Gaza, which Palestinian leader Yasser Arafat turned down, viewing the terms as falling short of full sovereignty, particularly regarding Jerusalem and the refugees. They said no in 2001, 2008 under Ehud Olmert, his offer there, a progressive leader of Israel, and also the Trump peace plan in 2020. So, listen. Chris Murphy and his party can talk all they want about, the two-state solution is never going to happen unless a younger generation of Palestinians says, you know what, this is ridiculous. Let's figure something out here. But again, it's not going to happen. Before we close out today, I'm going to have the fine folks in the Democratic Socialists of America. They've got to keep at least one of their high-ranking members off of TV and off of podcasts. I'll explain why momentarily. Because some of the Megan Romer, she gives some of the dumbest answers when asked questions that are easily answered. I'll give you what she did a few days ago in just a bit. And you tell me, does the DSA have a media person? Because if they do, you got to tell that person to keep Megan Romer away from a camera and away from a microphone. Tim in Hamden's here. Tim, how are you?
Well, could you go any more astray all over the thing while you're on phone? I'm waiting on the line. I'm sitting there thinking about all the promises made by all the people. And, you know, someone like Netanyahu certainly is never going to put together a Palestinian state because he'll lose his party's election and he'll go to jail. I mean, that's essentially, everybody who's done.
So what happened in 2000 and 2001 and 2008? What happened?
Well, you can.
Tim, the bottom line is they would rather. Tim, the bottom line is they'd rather kill Jews. They'd rather kill. Go ahead.
Well, the fact is, all of these people have been incredibly corrupt, including Yasser Arafat, who just stole millions of dollars.
Oh, yeah.
All of these people. You have to continue to do that, but you can't have an Israeli government, they sit there and, essentially encourage, settlers into the land that they promised the Palestinians, and the Palestinians not be upset about it. But this broad over, basis, the Palestinians just want to kill Jews.
Well,
some of them do.
Yeah.
Some of them do. And some of the Jews want to kill Palestinians. Yeah. That's a terrible thing. So we've got endless wars.
Yeah.
We've got wars that will not end. And the man who gets up and says, I'm going to end, the Euro war in Ukraine in one day and blah, blah, blah. And then I'm going to go this one over there. And now we're going to go pay for reparations over in, Iran, Iraq, or wherever. I just started thinking a little while ago, all these wildfires in the West, Washington, Oregon, and all that stuff.
Yeah.
Do you remember a few years ago when Trump was going around saying how if he was president, he's going to cut out all the underbrush and he's going to solve all the problems. And everybody's like, oh, yeah, well, that makes perfectly sense. Just give Trump and all these guys their own Larry King-style talk show. Put them on there and get them off. They cannot govern. They cannot.
Tim, it's almost over. Tim, thank you for the call. It's almost over. By this time next year, Mr. Trump will, maybe by this November, he could be a lame duck. It's almost over. 1937, 1947, 2000, 2001, 2008, 2020. How many more times are we going to say, oh, this is going to be the deal for the... Now, this only happens if there's a and maybe there's a generational change in Israel, too. I don't know. It started in 1937. The Peel Commission, the Brits proposed partitioning mandatory Palestine into separate Jewish and Arab states, but the Arab leadership rejected it, objecting to the creation of a Jewish state and the displacement it implied. Israel's not going anywhere. Jews are not going anywhere. Everybody just has to figure it out. All right, let's end on this. Now, for you folks who are thrilled with the rise of the Democratic Socialists of America, or you want a fresh look to the Democratic Party, good on you. Nothing wrong with that. Everybody changes. However, one of the deputy chairs of the DSA is a woman named Megan Romer. She made headlines a couple of weeks ago when Shannon Bream on Fox said, hey, do you really mean this, that, and the other? And she goes, yep, we do. Well, she's done it again. Oops, she's done it again. Oh, sorry. She was on a podcast, a relatively popular podcast called Breaking Battlegrounds. I guess it's a right-leaning podcast. Sam Stone and Chuck Warren are the hosts. I've never heard of these guys. They focus on domestic policy, foreign affairs, immigration reform, and election integrity. Okay, available on YouTube, Spotify, Apple, blah, 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 blah. Okay. I'm just going to play this because you'll see where this is going right away. And I'm watching this going, is anybody watching this in the DSA office?
But we do believe in taxing the hell out of millionaires. Yeah, absolutely.
Well, what does taxing the hell out of them mean?
Yeah, I don't have like a solid, but I think.
But shouldn't you? I mean, if you're the co-chair of the DSA, shouldn't you be more specific than just taxing the hell out of something? What exactly do you mean?
So again, it's democracy, right? And we have to look at what we need to spend and what we need. We don't want to depend on the existence of millionaires because that means people are still getting exploited. So, so yeah, we need to look at what we need to pay for in the interim, what sort of tax base we need for that to happen, and then and build from there.
Dear God. Look, I'm starting to agree with John Fetterman, with people like Joe Manchin was on a couple of shows, James Carville. You Democrats, you cannot allow these people to run under the Democratic banner. I don't know how you prevent that. But this is so stupid, it hurts.
But we do believe in taxing the hell out of millionaires. Yeah, absolutely.
Well, what does taxing the hell out of them mean?
Yeah, I don't have like a solid, but I think.
But shouldn't you? I mean, if you're the co-chair of the DSA, shouldn't you be more specific than just taxing the hell out of something? What exactly do you mean?
Crickets.
So again, it's democracy, right? And we have to look at what we need to spend and what we need. We don't want to depend on the existence of millionaires because that means people are still getting exploited. So, so yeah, we need to look at what we need to pay for in the interim, what sort of tax base we need for that to happen, and then and build from there.
Oh my God. I mean, that just, I'm sorry I played that a second time because it cost us brain cells the first time. And again, this woman keeps showing up on podcasts is anybody in the DSA office, I'm sure there's a main office somewhere. Is anybody right now going, oh God, stop talking. Stop. I mean, oh my God in heaven, Megan Romer. I guess the damage that was inflicted with Shannon Bream on Fox the other day wasn't good enough. Oh my God. Yikes. I'm sorry for playing that the second time. I really am.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, an accident, exit 18 in the left lane has things backed up in the Norwalk. Overall on 95 north, at least an hour from Greenwich through Fairfield. Parkway northbound, lots of extra cars coming off of Route 7 in Norwalk going into No Man's Land in Fairfield, but overall it is the better ride. And that's Kraus, WICC traffic.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Miller Nissan of Fairfield weather update.
Tonight will feature early showers or a thunderstorm clearing after midnight near 70. Tomorrow is sunny and warm in the mid-80s. On Wednesday, sunny with a high again in the mid-80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Do you owe back taxes or have unfiled tax returns? The IRS won't quit until they get your money. Here's great news, fresh from those in the know. Major changes have happened at the IRS. If you owe more than $10,000, you may be eligible for a 99% reduction of what you owe. Haven't filed a return for a while? Their happy clients are talking.
The IRS was going to levy my bank account, but Guardian was able to prevent that and fix all my IRS issues.
Thanks again, Guardian Tax.
Need relief from crushing tax debt? The IRS now has special programs. Guardian Tax knows all about them. Personal or business, this is the fresh new break you've been hoping for.
We aren't the company you call when you need a hug because you're scared of the IRS. Guardian Tax is the company that wins when you need it most.
Guardian Tax Service is really great to work with. They really helped me out. I'd recommend them highly.
Call now for a free confidential consultation. 800-499-1424. 800-499-1424. 800-499-1424.
Back to the news and talk. Thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli.
All right, a couple things here to mop up, clean up on aisle 3. I was going to mention this when Tim was on with us. The two municipalities who lead or led Connecticut in early voting, West Hartford and Hamden. West Hartford I can see because it's virtually ground zero for that first district congressional race. Jillian Gilchrist, Ruth Fortune, Luke Bronin, and John Larson. Hamden, I don't know, is Josh Elliott driving any of this in Hamden? So West Hartford and Hamden leading the state in early voting. We'll get to this tomorrow. I guess the town of Warren, Connecticut, we've talked about this. Black bears keep, walking into people's homes. And if you want to see how scary this looks, and I know a lot of you people, oh, the bears are so cute. No. Go to our Facebook page, facebook.com/Voice of CT. Take a look at the video it's a combination video from Hearst of the damage that these bears have done, thank God, with nobody in the house. This is not Boo-Boo. This is not Yogi. These are wild animals, and you've got to cull the herd. Finally, a very nice woman called in over the week. Actually, earlier, she said over the weekend she had problems with her Verizon, whether it was phone or internet. That's been fixed. She asked what the deal was. Apparently, there was vandalism. Some Verizon lines that caused outages all across the country, so we're good with that. Andrew on the traffic, Paul Pioric on the weather forecast, the one and only raconteur, Von Vivant, man about town, you know him, you love him. Chris Williams on everything else, and me, I flap my gums again, starting tomorrow afternoon at 2.
WICC AM Bridgeport, WICC FM Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
From ABC News, I'm Michelle Franzen. More than 100 people are confirmed dead in western Colombia following a major earthquake. Rescue operations underway in the city of Cali, where 20 buildings have collapsed. ABC's Lama Hassan has more.
Posting on social media, the governor of Choco region, where the epicenter of the quake is, she says that there are injuries and severe damage to some buildings, adding that they are now concerned about aftershocks. And of course, don't forget that this comes after those recent deadly twin earthquakes that hit neighboring Venezuela that has killed more than 6,100 people.
Talks between the U.S. and Iran remain stalled over the Strait of Hormuz. Iran demanding the U.S. lift the naval blockade and pay reparations. President Trump now saying that Iran should pay for decades of terrorist acts. President Trump signing an executive order recommending childhood vaccine schedules for the measles, mumps, and rubella, also known as MMR, to be split in 3 separate shots. The president expressing claims, he says, over autism concerns. ABC News medical contributor Dr. Darian Sutton says leading medical groups are pushing back on the risks.
The American Academy of Pediatrics has stated that giving routine vaccinations simultaneously is safe and effective, and the adverse events as well as the negative side effects essentially from these vaccinations is comparable to giving them separately. So that inherently helps you to understand that giving a vaccination separately does not provide additional benefit to a patient, does not provide additional safety to a patient.
More than 100 wildfires burning across the U.S. ABC News meteorologist Samara Theodore.
From Bakersfield to Redding, California, right on up to Idaho Falls into the Texas Panhandle, we have single-digit humidity and gust up to 40 miles per hour. That is a recipe for wildfires. The smoke from these fires is going to diminish the air quality for places like Spokane, Walla Walla, Boise, Denver.
You're listening to ABC News.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Pump up the volume. Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
California is offering a new tax incentive for electric vehicle purchases.
Now, Californians will automatically get a $3,500 tax credit on a new zero-emissions car, or half of that for a used EV. The state set aside just over $135 million as a one-time investment, with partnering automakers matching that amount. It's part of a pledge Governor Newsom made before President Trump took office for a second term, ending the $7,500 federal EV rebates.
Tax break applies to drivers who buy an EV for the first time. 2 new cyber incidents involving public systems have been reported.
In Suisun City in the San Francisco Bay Area, a state of emergency has been declared after malicious software infected computers that run 911 call routing, police and fire dispatch, city services, and records. The city saying to contain the threat and preserve evidence, it shut down its entire IT network. In Oregon, the state is now confirming a cyber incident in July that included unauthorized access to technology used by a drinking water provider, and the state is assessing any impact on public systems in Oregon. Alex Stone, ABC News.
Federal investigators say Iran may be behind earlier incidents reported across multiple states. An unusual flight cancellation for airline passengers traveling from Victoria International Airport in British Columbia to Toronto. The flight had to be canceled after a child refused to sit down and fasten their seatbelt. Michelle Franzen, ABC News.
In a recent survey of 123,000 wireless customers, Pure Talk was the only wireless company to receive 5 stars in every category: coverage, support, value, and data. What else do you need to know? Switch to Pure Talk today and get any plan, including their top shelf unlimited data plan, for just $15 a month for your first 3 months. No contract, no commitment. Dial pound 250, say micro, and let Pure Talk's U.S. customer service team help you make the switch.
Catch up on what you missed. The best of Melissa in the Morning. Now on the Voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9.
More than $20 billion was reported lost to internet crime in the U.S. last year. That's according to the FBI. And the IC3 received more than 1 million complaints. That is actually a 26% uptick in reported losses from the previous year. We spoke with Special Agent in Charge PJ O'Brien and Public Affairs Specialist Christine Geltema, both from the FBI New Haven office, about cybersecurity crimes. When does the FBI get called in for a cybersecurity case, and what is sort of the role of FBI?
Sure. And in the cyber, often referred to as ecosystem of crimes, you have cyber-enabled crime, which, could be just fraud or harassment or things that we investigate from a criminal standpoint, but cyber's sort of the tool and the reach into the victim. And then we have more traditional cybersecurity, which is really more infrastructure-based. And that's where our partner engagement is really key, is establishing relationships with the potential victim companies in our area of responsibility. So for FBI New Haven, the entire state of Connecticut, and to ensure we are highlighting vulnerabilities and preparatory steps that they could take. But most importantly, to open up that line of trust and communication so that when they're experiencing an intrusion or a ransomware attack, that they feel comfortable engaging with us. There's a lot that they need to consider at the time, and the decisions that they make and how they handle that breach or that intrusion really might dictate how it plays out. And having those pre-established relationships is really critical to our success. So it's really bifurcated between cyber-enabled crime and then cybersecurity from the infrastructure standpoint, which we also partner with DHS CISA, their cybersecurity and infrastructure security agency that is dedicated to that. They're non-investigative. They're more of a hardware, routing out what happened, helping with resilience and getting back online.
Okay.
We're doing more of the criminal investigative work, but they are also a key partner with us within that cybercrime ecosphere.
Okay, so I'm going to give you a couple of cases in just the last year in Connecticut, and then you tell me where the FBI either did or would ideally kind of get involved, just so I can better understand this. So let's take last academic year. I know Milford was one of them, but there were several school districts where there was like a ransomware attack on the portal that was used for both administrators and parents. And there was this potential of, are we going to see information that's being compromised, especially for students and all of that? Would the FBI be called in that regard, or is that something that would be more at the local or state level?
I think it would start at the local or state level, and then it really depends on how egregious that intrusion was. Oftentimes, if they're internal defenses and what they have with their own IT departments and maybe any third-party contractors they may work with in the cyber defense side, if they're able to identify it quickly, wall things off, preserve their information, a lot of times those are going to happen. We still want to hear about them. So we do have what we refer to as the IC3, the Internet Crime Complaint Center, which is open to the public, and the public can submit any concern regarding cybercrime from a municipality to an individual. We also leverage our partnerships that we have on our various task forces, of which our cyber group within FBI New Haven is also a task force. So we have, various other departments that are embedded with us, and as they hear things that go on around the state, whether it be Connecticut State Police or some of the other smaller departments, we'll often hear about what's there. We try to be a force multiplier. We try to be proactive with them as well. But unfortunately, we do see those upticks with the start of the school year, along with, swatting and doxing and everything that will come along with that, which sort of goes into that cyber-enabled crime side of the house, the infrastructure piece of losing systems and having a ransomware attack and losing the ability to control that PII that goes along, especially with student information, likely to see that drum back up with the start of the school year as well.
Right. I was going to bring up swatting. I kind of figured that would be under the umbrella of cybersecurity. And the other thing I was thinking of, as you were mentioning before, PJ, are these big, companies or corporations, for example. And you'll see that with like banks or hospital systems. Is that something that would trigger an FBI response as well, or same kind of protocol as the
similar
local?
Protocol?
Okay.
And obviously, when you start getting into those larger private sector entities, there's a lot more considerations that they need to take into account. Obviously, we don't advocate for a just pay a ransom mentality, but depending on your business model, that may be what's best for your business. So we really need to thread a needle between being supportive to the extent that we can, really showing the value added of why you want to engage with us, things that we're able to do in terms of recovering any lost funds, working in the crypto world and trying to get money back to the victims, but also looking at it collectively, because it could be your company today and someone else's tomorrow, or vice versa. And the more that we're able to lean into these investigations and really learn about the nature of the intrusion, the ransomware variant that's being used, just makes us more capable to stop these things really nationwide, because these actors won't be unique to Connecticut. And that's really where the Bureau brings massive value added, is we do have that whole of the United States aperture. And for that, really globally working with our foreign partners as well, of being able to leverage that experience with these. But businesses have a lot to evaluate when they're going through one of these. And obviously they're going to make business decisions, and what's right for their business may not necessarily be immediately engaging with law enforcement. But most places have that trigger line where it's gotten to a point where they need assistance. And again, they'll either leverage through our existing relationships. We have what's called a private sector coordinator for the office. They're sort of our central brain trust for interaction and being the interlocutor between private sector and the Bureau. So they'll either go through our PSC and engage with them, or we might already have established relationships with them from our cyber group, and they just know to call them and get on board. A few different avenues to go to, but a little bit more complicated on the business side. They tend to have, shareholder concerns, which, it's hard to appreciate unless you're in the private sector.
Right.
And that definitely needs to be in their calculus.
A little more red tape with that.
Yes.
Are we finding that there needs to be more training in regards to handling cybersecurity? Because that just feels like it's intertwined with so many cases these days.
Yeah. So our troopers do a really good job doing the initial, I should say, my old agency troopers do a really good job of getting the initial background. And there are so many intelligent people within the organization. And again, working with the FBI, task force officers, civilians that work within the Department of Emergency Services and Public Protection that are very aware. And they're the ones that really help with those investigations. Again, the partnership that the state police have with the FBI, it was huge. I know there's a couple of individuals that have IT backgrounds that have the ability to get into those dark webs and find out where a lot of this stuff is going. And oftentimes we find that it's not state or locally, so they do have to reach out to their federal partners to help with those investigations and find closure for the victims.
Christine and PJ, hold on one second. We're going to continue the conversation in just a moment. We are talking to the FBI New Haven office about cybersecurity and what you need to know, including behind the scenes, how the FBI is engaged in investigating cybersecurity crimes here and across the country when we come back.
You're invited to come tour Forest Hills Milford, one of the newest luxury rental 55 and over communities in Connecticut. Brand new apartments that include assigned garage parking with direct elevator access, private storage areas, state-of-the-art fitness center, and a welcoming clubhouse. All of this in beautiful Milford, Connecticut, where you'll find historic New England charm in a city with everything you need for modern everyday life. Visit foresthillsmilford.com to schedule your tour. foresthillsmilford.com.
Hey, it's Steve Basso from Steve Basso Plumbing, Heating, and AC again. There's no better time than right now to service or repair that AC system. Even install new or replace your existing system. Did you know high-efficiency ductless systems use up to 50% less electricity? Call us today at 203-335-0224. That's 203-335-0224. On the web at bassophac.com. And remember, everything's better with Basso.
Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
The team's looking good this season.
I think so. Man, I miss playing football. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Think it could be lower testosterone?
What do you mean?
I was feeling the same way. After 40, the body has less testosterone, and men lose their edge. That's why I take Nugenix Total T2.
That's the testosterone booster, right?
Yes, but Total T2 is their brand new formula that skyrockets nitric oxide levels in as little as 3 hours. Since I started taking it, I've been lifting like when we played for Coach Carter. My energy is way up, and it even spiced up things between me and the missus.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles?
Yep, just send a text.
Text SPARK to 215-215 for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T2, the next generation testosterone booster. Text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, our newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text SPARK to 215-215. That's SPARK to 215-215.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Did you know that every year, public school teachers spend nearly $500 of their own money for student supplies? At Donors Choose, we want students and teachers to have the tools they need for a great education. And now, more than ever, they need your help. Go to DonorsChoose.org and choose from teachers' requests that support reading, math, science, music, and more. Learn more at DonorsChoose.org.
Donors Choose. Support a classroom. Build a future.
I'm Ryan Seacrest. First responders are people who stand for a greater purpose.
They will be there for you when nobody else is, to help you, your family, your community. This is their selfless promise. This is their sworn duty to protect, to serve, to help. When you call 911, first responders show up now. Let's show up for the people who show up for us every day and every night.
Go to firstrcf.org and make a difference today.
You're listening to the best of the Lisa Wexler Show, now on the voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9.
Hola, hola. Welcome to the show today. Lots of news over the weekend, including the fact that we apparently are going to have a new Attorney General, and none other than our distinguished Senator Richard Blumenthal was kept up into the wee small hours of the morning. I understand 4 a.m. Senator Blumenthal is when the Senate finally confirmed Todd Blanche. Is that true? Were you there?
I was indeed there on the floor of the Senate.
Unbelievable.
We were voting from about 2 a.m. to 5:15 or 5:30 in the morning, doing not only that nomination, but also the continuing resolution to avoid a government shutdown in September. And we defeated the SAVE Act, which would have suppressed voting. I fought very hard against this provision, which essentially involves purging voter rolls and requiring certain kinds of identification, which 1 out of every 10 Americans simply don't have. And we defeated that measure on the floor of the Senate at about 5:15 a.m. So we were there all night, and absolutely right. The Senate did confirm by one vote, only one vote, the nomination of Todd Blanche to be Attorney General. Of course, he has served as acting Attorney General since the resignation of Pam Bondi. So it was in some sense symbolic. He could have continued to serve as acting Attorney General, as the president demanded and threatened to do. But I was deeply disappointed in the outcome because I think Todd Blanche is essentially unfit to serve as Attorney General. He's the president's lawyer. He's his personal consigliere. He's not the people's lawyer acting on behalf of the United States of America, as the Attorney General should do. And he's going to enable a lot of corruption by Trump and his family.
You know, it's interesting because the analogy of the personal consigliere, the last time I heard that was in the days when the president's own brother, Robert F. Kennedy Jr., was the Attorney General. But and there may have been allegations of corruption then. Frankly, I was just born in 1960. But what I do remember is that Robert F. Kennedy Jr. was considered a fierce prosecutor on behalf of the people, generally speaking, even though afterwards, as you recall, the law changed and you couldn't appoint your brother anymore. So it's been a long time since someone has